Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting for May 10th, 2021. And what a great weekend we had of a little bit of rain. Definitely necessary with the grass fire out west. Appreciated the fact that our fire department was out there to assist Parkland County in trying to contain the fire as well. That actually brings to mind that it is still quite dry out there. So if you do have a fire pit, please make sure it is covered and you have a hose close by if you're planning to have any outdoor campfires. As well, from my understanding, the Stony Plain Fire Department has not issued any burn permits, open burn permits recently because of the current condition of just overall the dryness of within the community. If you have any questions, you're definitely welcome to contact Stony Plain Fire at 780-963-3551. Right, members of council, again, just make sure that your mics are on mute when you're not speaking. You can turn your video on when you're speaking or presenting. That just helps with some bandwidth. As well, please text me for speaking order, and that the recording secretary will be counting votes and lowering hands after any vote has been called. Okay. With that, members of council, there's an agenda before you. Deputy Mayor, if I can have you make the motion, please.
Yes, Your Worship. I don't see it on my screen here, but I'll just say, oh, pardon me. The Town Council adopt the May 10th, 2021 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, I see 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Okay, move on. Number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. Again, this is a fully virtual meeting. So residents that have any issues or concerns that they'd like to bring and address to council has to be submitted. So this is the time that we allow residents to just kind of chat with council about anything that's not on the current agenda. Town manager, has anybody submitted anything to be read into the record book?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, we have not received any submissions for public input this evening.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to number 4, which is presentations and delegations. Well, today we have one presentation, and it is on the offsite levy bylaw review. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure here. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Greg Weiss, who is with Corvus Business Advisors. They've been working with the town on the offsite levy bylaw review project, and he has a presentation tonight to share with council. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Weiss.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. It's good to be with you this afternoon. My name's Greg Weiss. I'm with Corvus Business Advisors. And this afternoon, I'm going to be walking you through an overview of the report that we prepared in support of your offsite levy bylaw. Specifically, I'm going to be talking a little bit about offsite levies and the associated legislation regulations, and then the details associated with the situation in your community, specifically the development areas and various infrastructure costs that make up the levies. And I'll finish off with a summary of the rates itself. And then I'll stay around for as long as you would like me to answer any questions. And with that, maybe if I could ask, if you could hold your questions till that time. Having done many of these presentations in the past, I find usually that questions are answered along the way as I go. But if there are any others that I don't get to, by all means, feel free to ask them at that point. So just very quickly, a little bit about Corvus Business Advisors. We've been around since 2003. My company specializes in financial services for municipalities, things like annexation, financial impact assessments, utility rates, and the thing that we're probably best known for is our work in the area of offsite levies. The model upon which the rates that I'll be sharing with you this afternoon are based, and the model that the town is going to be using moving forward to manage rates is now in place in over 45 municipalities across Alberta. So it's really become sort of almost a standard for managing offsite levies. In terms of what offsite levies are and how they work. The situation in Alberta and the law in Alberta really attempts to strike a balance in terms of who pays for what. You've probably heard the old saying that growth pays for growth. Well, that's sort of only partially true up to a point. The legislation enables municipality to collect fees from developers or growth to pay for certain capital infrastructure, hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. But then the law is set up to for the municipality or the taxpayer to then cover off certain capital costs and the operating and maintenance costs associated with all of the infrastructure. And then ultimately, when it's replaced at the end of its life, it's up to the municipality and the taxpayer to pay for the replacement of those costs. So there's really a balance in terms of who pays for what. When a piece of land is developing, there will be that infrastructure that is located on the land, things like the local road network, the local water and sewer collection system. Because it's located on the piece of land developing, these are referred to as on-site infrastructure. And it's the developer's responsibility to construct and pay for that infrastructure, obviously. But there is also infrastructure that is located away from the piece of land being developed that is crucial for that land. Things like the arterial road network, the water transmission system, recreation facilities, and the like. And because this infrastructure is located away from that land, it is referred to as off-site infrastructure, and it is still the developer's responsibility to pay for their share of that off-site infrastructure. And they ultimately then pass that along to the end user of the land. It is this off-site infrastructure and associated charges that we'll be focusing on here today. Now, the MGA, and specifically section 648 of the MGA, that's the section that deals with offsite levies, has undergone changes over the years. Up to 2004, a municipality was able to collect for water, sewer, and stormwater offsite infrastructure. And then in 2004, the MGA was amended to include transportation offsite infrastructure. And things stayed pretty much the same up until just a few years ago in 2000. You'll recall when the MGA was amended at that point, the government of the day added 4 new types of infrastructure to section 648, that being recreation facilities, fire halls, police stations, and libraries. Now, as it relates to offsite levies, they can be collected once and only once when a piece of land is developed or subdivided. Even if a municipality undercollects, for example, you cannot go back and charge again. Once a levy has been charged on a piece of land, that's it. It cannot be charged again. And the funds that you collect from developers have to be accounted for separately in separate accounts. And the reason for that is because they can only be used for the specific purpose that you collected them. So, for example, water levies that you collect can only be used to construct water offsite infrastructure, not sewer or roads, etc. And obviously, those funds that you are basically holding in trust for developers in that account have to earn interest appropriately. There is also a set of regulations that the provincial government has that guide how offsite levies are to be established. That regulation is referred to as AR 187-2017, and I've highlighted a few of the key items of that regulation here. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I do want to highlight a few of them. You'll notice the 4th bullet down, it says there's a shared responsibility between the municipality and developers for defining what those infrastructure requirements are. That doesn't mean to say that developers have a veto on your capital plans. They don't. But of course, your municipality seeks input from developers as it pertains to those capital plans. The methodology has to be consistent and clear. And then the items in red are items that were recently added as a part of Bill 48. Bill 48, I'm sure you're aware of, is referred to as the Red Tape Reduction Act that was proclaimed, I believe, just at the end of this past December. And those amendments, as far as section 648 of the MGA, will be published, I believe, around June of this year. And there haven't been many changes to Section 648, but one of the things that is going to happen is some of the regulations that you see listed here will actually now be embedded into the MGA itself. So you may have heard about the Corvus offsite levy model. We're not going to be going into sort of a detailed overview of it itself today, but I at least wanted to show you a snapshot of the control panel from the model. That's what you're looking at here. And as you can see by those 8 columns of tiles there for each infrastructure type, the model has been set up to allow for management of all 8 infrastructure types under Section 648. That's it. Most communities don't make use of all 8, and in your case here, your bylaw will be including transportation, water, sanitary sewer, and irrigation offsite levy. You will have the model such that if you ever want to implement any of these other levies in the future, you'll have the ability to do so. Now, one of the things that Council is going to be seeing at a later point in time is also an offsite levy policy framework. Policy frameworks are very useful. They sit outside the bylaw.
Greg, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, you're a little choppy there. Maybe turn your camera off and see if it improves your transmission. You're just chopping up a little bit.
Sure, no problem. You can hear me okay now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Ian. So as I was saying, the offsite levy policy framework that has been created during this project will be brought to Council at a little bit later time. It's going to outline some of those administrative topics that are important for implementing and managing levies. We won't be going into those today. Today's presentation will focus strictly on the rates in the bylaw. So at its very basic level, offsite levies are nothing more than costs divided by land. So let's look specifically at the land in your forms the denominator of the rate calculation. So this is a pretty busy slide. Let me break this down for everyone. I'll start with the map on the right-hand side. This is obviously parsed into 12 offsite levy areas. When defining offsite levy areas, we look at the infrastructure catchment basins, and those help to inform the boundaries of these areas, in particular, the sanitary sewer catchment basins. I'll talk a little bit about it. You can see there are 12 offsite levy areas across the community, and then that small table is probably a little difficult to see in the top right corner. This is your the old framework that you have, or that's sitting in your current bylaw. There were 4 offsite levy areas, and we sort of mapped these 12 areas to those 4 so that you can see how they relate. More importantly, in the small table on the left-hand side, you can see that across all areas of the town of Stony Plain are between 940 hectares of net lands. Of those net lands, about 754 hectares have already been developed up to this point in time. And I'm interested in understanding how much land is anticipated to develop during the next 25 years. The reason 25 years, because this is the review period upon which the Corvus offsite levy model is based. We looked 25 years. This is the staging table that you see at the bottom. And so for each of those 12 areas, your planning staff have gone through and assessed and determined and estimated how much land will develop during the next 25 years. And that's about 415 hectares of land, or about 14% of all of the. Now you may be asking yourself, is it difficult to forecast out 25 years? And of course the answer is yes. However, one of the things that the MGA requires is that the inputs and assumptions associated with levies be updated regularly. In fact, a report to council is required every year. So what municipalities do is update this model on an annual basis. So really what we're doing here is only forecasting out 1 year. This will be updated each year when your rates are updated. So the denominator here, as you can see, is based on about 415 hectares of land. Let's now turn our attention to the denominator, or the costs. You have 4 infrastructure types, as you know. I'm going to go through the first one, transportation infrastructure, in a fair amount of detail so that you can see how it all works. But then, just in the interest of time, I'm going to go much more quickly through the other 3 infrastructure types. The process or methodology is exactly the same. The only thing that changes are the costs. So in the town of Stony Plain, your staff have identified 25 leviable transportation projects. In our report, you'll see a map, the same map that's on the right-hand side, that sort of pegs the location of those 25 projects. And costs are comprised of 3 elements. How much of the projects have been completed up to this point in time? How much, if any, there were associated with financing costs on those projects? And lastly, the third piece, and the piece that everyone sort of thinks about, and that is the cost of projects going forward, or basically the capital plan. And you can see that all 25 of your projects have a total cost of about $73.4 million. From there, we have to understand if there are any special earmarked grants or contributions associated with those projects, because obviously we have to remove those costs from the calculation. And there are about, as you can see, $2.7 million of grants or contributions that are anticipated, either have been received or will be received. And when we subtract that from the total, gives us a net cost of about $70.6 million. Now, before I show you how those costs are allocated, I want to talk a little bit about construction staging, because this has an impact on costs. And I want to refer you to this timeline down at the bottom of the slide. You can see the timeline starts in year 1 of our review period and goes out to year 25. And what we do is we prorate the costs of projects depending on when they are going to be constructed. So for example, if there is a project that has been constructed in the past, well, 100% of those costs are in our rates today. However, looking forwards, if there is a project that is being constructed about 1/3 of the way into our review period, this means that about 2/3 of the costs are in our rates, and about 1/3 of the costs then sit beyond our 25-year review period. Same sort of idea, if we have a project that is about 4/5 of the way along our review period, is in year 20, then there would be only 20% or 1/5 of those costs in our rates. The balance would sit outside our 25-year review period. And lastly, of course, if there's a project that is being constructed after our 25-year review period, then 0% of those costs are in our rates today. And as I said, this staging or this proration of cost is based on when projects are anticipated to be developed. And so you can see the anticipated construction start year for these projects. Many of these projects sit beyond our review period, and so we would anticipate those costs are not in our rates today. Now, I didn't mention it before, and I should do it now, and that is this 25-year review period upon which the Corvus model is based. This does not stay static. All right, this is a moving or roving review period. Every time or each year when this is updated, the model is updated and rates are updated, the review period moves out 1 year further. And so what this means is that costs that today are outside our review period eventually will work their way into the review period. It's not that they're lost; they will eventually come into play. So last slide, we had a net cost of $70 million. We were ready to allocate to benefiting parties. And there are basically 3 benefiting parties that we need to account for. That share of the project, which benefits development as it is today, that is your share, the municipal share. If there are any other stakeholders like a neighboring municipality, for example, or another order of government that has a stake in a project, that would be this other stakeholder share. And then these last two columns over here are where we're trying to hone in on, and this is the share of the project that is allocated to future development. And if those costs sit beyond our 25-year review period, they find their way into this column here that we refer to as financial oversizing. And if the costs are in our 25-year review period, this last column, this is what we're really trying to hone in on. This is the share of a project that is allocated to the offsite levy. And as one would expect, given that all these projects are really growth oriented, the vast majority of the costs ultimately are in one of the two of these last two columns here. So now that we know what share of a project is actually within our 25 years for the benefit of future development, we can take that percentage and apply it to the cost. That's what you see here in this first column, and you can see on the transportation side, the future development benefits from about $24.5 million of transportation infrastructure costs. But we're not quite done yet. We have to subtract any levies that have already been collected up to this point in time, which is about $9.2 million. And that gives us the balance of about $15.3 million. And this forms the numerator of our rate calculation. So flowing it right from the start to the end, you can see we start off with about $73 million of total infrastructure costs, but after removing grants and contributions, after allocating it to various benefiting parties and removing those portions that are beyond our 25-year review period, we end up with a share, the offsite levy share of about $24.5 million, less what we've collected to date, gives us our balance of $15.3 million. The next thing that we have to tell the model is what lands actually benefit from these projects. So on this slide here, you see a table with the projects listed down the left-hand side, and across the top, you see 12 columns. This is one column for each one of those areas that I showed you on the map earlier. The town is parsed into 12 offsite levy areas. And if a particular project benefits one of those areas, we tell the model that by lighting it up and putting a number 1 in there. If the cell is blank, then the model knows that the project doesn't benefit those lands and it will not allocate any cost to those lands. And for transportation infrastructure, it's relatively simple, as it is in most municipalities, and there's just one catchment basin. That is, all lands in the end benefit from the arterial road network, and therefore all the costs are allocated to all areas. That's quite common for transportation infrastructure and even water infrastructure. When we get to sewer infrastructure, this allocation tends to be much more spotty, much more granular, because sewer infrastructure, of course, is influenced by gravity in many respects. The other thing that we have to consider is the start point of the offsite levy account. Is it in a positive balance? Is it in deficit balance? And after accounting for all of the front ending that the town has already done, what that means is all of the transportation infrastructure that the town has already built on behalf of future development, there is a front-ending balance of about $3.5 million in your levy account. Now, this balance assumes that the cash that is currently in there is withdrawn and used to pay down what developers owe the town up to this point in time. And the model forecasts the balance of the transportation account going forward for the next 25 years, including any interest impacts. And you'll notice that at the end of the 25-year review period, the model or the account gets exactly back to balance, exactly to zero. And this is not a fluke. We ensure that it does because it has to. You know, the town is not able to make money on this endeavor. It can't make money from developers. And likewise, the account can't be in deficit when this is all said and done. Otherwise, that gap would be burdened onto taxpayers, and that would not also be equitable. It has to get exactly back to balance, as you see here. And that is factored into our rates today. Small adjustments, either up or down, are made to rates to ensure that we get back exactly to balance. So that's how the basic information as on the cost side works. Now I'm going to go much more quickly through the other three infrastructure type because the methodology is exactly the same. The only thing that changes are the projects and the costs. On the water side, your staff have identified 24 leviable water projects. Again, project costs are made up with the cost of the infrastructure we built already today, any financing charges, and then the cost of the infrastructure that is going to be built in the future. The total for water offsite infrastructure projects is about $62.2 million, and you can see the location of those projects in the map on the right-hand side. But those are the gross costs. When we flow it through, it obviously is much less. We have to reduce the amount by the amount of special grants or contributions that either have been received or will be received. That leaves a balance of just over $59 million. And then we have to allocate it to the various benefiting parties. And as it relates to developers, we have to remove the amount of costs that sit beyond our 25-year review period. And that's quite significant here. It leaves a balance of only about $7.3 million that are the developer share of costs that are in our 25-year review period. Less the $1.6 million we already collected from developers via levies leaves a balance of about $5.7 million. This is the numerator upon which the water rates are based. On the sewer side, your staff have identified 27 leviable projects for a total cost of about $32.3 million. Of about $6.8 million has already been constructed up to this point in time. On the sewer side, the town has either received or will receive just over $3 million in grants and contributions, leaving a net cost of about $29 million. A portion of those costs will benefit existing development, but the vast majority, again, will be is there for future development. However, about $15.6 million sits beyond our 25-year review period, leaving about $9.7 million in our review period. Less what we've collected to date, about $4.7 million, leaves a balance of about just over $5 million, and this is what the sewer rates are based on. And lastly, recreation offsite infrastructure. Your staff have identified 3 leviable projects. Well, really it's one large project, as you know, separated into 3 phases. Pretty significant project, about $93 million. However, when you factor in, first of all, the grants and contributions on this recreation infrastructure are anticipated to be quite significant. It leaves a balance of $46 million, and a good portion of that is being allocated to the municipality itself. This leaves about $16 million allocated to future development, of which about 8.5 is beyond our review period. The balance is in, less what we've collected up to this point in time via the recreation contribution fees that you have been collecting, leaves a balance of just over $7 million on the recreation side. So now let's bring this all together and give you the total picture. Let's start with the table on the top. This is a summary of all 4 infrastructure types together. You can see, as it relates to offsite infrastructure, there's about $261 million of infrastructure that either has been built or will be built to facilitate development going forward. About $55 million will ultimately be funded by grants and contributions. The town itself has a share. Some other stakeholders have a very small share. And the balance is going to be allocated or will benefit future development, although a good portion of that is beyond our review period. So the portion that is in the rates today is just about $58 million. In addition, we have to account for the account balances. I talked about the transportation account earlier on. The other accounts actually have surpluses in them. So the net all total is a deficit of of about $750,000. And so when we look at the rates, what does it mean for rates? Let's start with the table on the top. First of all, the table on the top really shows the weighted average rate in your community going forward. And it will be at just shy of $75,000 per net hectare. Now that's the weighted average rate. This is not what developers pay. Developers will pay the rate that is specific to their area of development. And this is the table on the bottom. You can see all 12 offsite levy areas here and the rates that are applicable to them. A point of note, and that is the recreation levies here. Of course, those recreation levies will now replace the contribution fees that the town has been collecting up to this point in time. And now let's show you how this sort of compares to where you're at today. Overall, what this is going to mean is actually a decrease in what developers are paying for offsite infrastructure. Today, when you factor in the recreation contribution fees that developers are paying, they're paying about $92,500 per hectare on average. They will be moving to these rates on the right-hand side, which is a reduction of about 15%. And now it's not only aligned with your master plans, they reflect the infrastructure in those master plans that are going to be to support growth going forward. I'm always cautious when I show these kind of slides, which are comparisons with other municipalities, because they're often not an apples to apples comparison. But I am cognizant of the fact that councils do like to know where their community stands in relation to others. And so I've portrayed some of the recent rates in other communities around the capital region. And you can see where the new Stony Plain offsite levy rate on a weighted average basis, and this is the one shown in green here, will stand in comparison to some of your neighboring communities. For a community the size of the town of the Stony Plain, I would anticipate usually across Alberta to see rates somewhere in the magnitude of $100,000 to $125,000 per hectare. That would be normal. So this is definitely a rate that I would say is quite positive and lower than we would normally see. And with that, I'll stop talking, and I would be happy to take any questions that council might have.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, Greg, and that was very informative and definitely a lot to consider and to think about as members of council and members of the public too that are watching, to see how much thought is gone into devising and coming up with what the actual numbers are for our offset levies. Definitely appreciate that. I will open the floor for members of council for questions of clarity and understanding. And we'll start with Councillor Laurie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Greg, for the presentation. And I'll just go back to it's page 17 of our package, which I think is 8 of your slide presentation, where it talks about the Chorus offsite levy model. And you mentioned that we're using transportation, water, sanitary, and recreation. The one that jumps out to me the most here that we're not calculating is stormwater, because we have had an extensive stormwater management program that's been reviewed and put in place, and a lot of different things that we're looking at. So I'm not sure whether it's you that needs to speak to this, or whether it's a member of our administration that needs to speak to this. It's just to why we don't see stormwater included in our offsite levies. And then after this, I do have one other question in regards to recreation.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie, and that's a good question because I have that marked down as well. Maybe Greg or to Ian.
Your Worship, as the General Manager here, that's a question for us. So the master plans have been completed as inputs to the offsite levy bylaw that's been presented today. The stormwater master plan did not envision any offsite improvements. The majority of the developing areas have on-site stormwater management systems that handle the water from their projects. I guess, we understand in the downtown area, which is basically Basin 2, there are a number of projects which are somewhat making up for deficits of the past to handle some of the stormwater flood mitigation issues. However, there really is no more remaining developable land to allocate those costs to. So all the future developing land will have on-site stormwater management facilities which take care of the development needs and ensure the town is not in such a position in the future.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, and that does make sense. So appreciate that. Councilor Laura, you had a second question?
Yeah, actually, and I'm going to split it into two because I was going to talk. So I understand that and appreciate that. Obviously, we introduced our stormwater utility, which will help with the, I guess you'd call them on-site improvements and modifications and repairs as we move forward. So that's a great explanation. I really appreciate that. The one that really stands out to me, though, is obviously these offsite levies are new developments. And as we develop and as we grow, the need for essential services becomes higher. So when we talk about our fire and police estimates, although we have no projects currently planned, there is potential for these to be a need in the future. And I'm just curious as to why we wouldn't start collecting for those now by including them in our offsite levies.
Good question. I have that as well. So go ahead. I guess it would be to the general manager.
Thank you, Worship, through you to Councilor Laurie. So if once the town has projects identified that we're planning to build and construct infrastructure we're planning to build, like if the town was planning to build a second fire hall in a different location, then we would continue on with the studies and justification and an understanding of the what is the need, what will it cost, and then it'll be up to the town as to the process that the course has described to come up with a rationale for how to allocate the cost for that infrastructure, offsite infrastructure, to existing residents and or the developing community based on some sort of rationale that could be defended and explained and as part of a consultation process. So similar to the way the recreation project is moving forward with some master planning, some more detailed planning, and then even more decision making as we move forward to actually constructing and designing, constructing and building. We've got a solid rationale for splitting out the costs between developing community and the existing community. So future things like the fire station could be handled in that way. It's simply a matter of the town understanding what their needs are, when that might happen, and how much it will cost and how much should be allocated to developers.
Thank you. So just for clarity on that, then essentially what you're saying is that in order for us to include anything in an offsite levy, a project would need to be identified first. So even though we know and we understand that growth and expansion will require a new fire hall, let's say, or would require an additional police station, let's say, we cannot actually include those in our calculations until such a time as we identify a project?
Did you want me to answer that, Ian, or?
Yeah, Greg, if you can help us out with how others handle this same problem.
You bet, Councillor. You're absolutely correct. If there is an identified requirement for the project, and that has been identified in, say, for example, a master plan, then the town could potentially add that to a future bylaw. But one of the things that the amendments to the MGA in 2017 included was really the additional rigor that is required for the business case as it relates to the new soft infrastructure that was added to the MGA then, and that would include fire, police, library facilities. So really the town would require to, would need to do its homework, develop the business case and the associated plans and the like before it could add those to the bylaw.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just one last, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Perfect. So in regards to recreation, it's great that we've seen what you've identified in our project and how that rolls in. But I did have a question. This offsite levy bylaw is for the town of Stony Plain, but often recreation is actually done on a regional basis. And so while we're looking at a facility right now in the town of Stony Plain, there's also a facility being looked at in the city of Spruce Grove that the town of Stony Plain may be participating in because that recreation facility benefits our residents. So is there any way on a offsite levy model or an offsite levy bylaw to consider regional projects that do not exist within the boundaries of the municipality, or because those are outside of the borders of the municipality and therefore outside of the bylaw, we're unable to capture that?
It's a great question, and the answer is yes. And your offsite levy bylaw can include projects that are beyond your boundaries. The boundary is sort of not the end point for the bylaw, if you will. So if there is a capital project, it could be a stormwater related project, could be a rec facility, whatever the town's component of that capital cost could potentially be included in your offsite levy bylaw. And of course, vice versa then to the other municipality.
Excellent. That's fantastic. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Lurie. Thank you, Greg and Ian. Moving on to Councillor Bennett. You have a question, Councillor Bennett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Greg, for this presentation and for the report. It was really thorough. Okay, I have a bottom line question here. You say that the developer costs will go down according to this new model. And but what I deal with mostly is residents who want to develop an infill property. So we have, so they have to pay development fees. I understand that on the infill because that has not been collected at any other time historically. So how will this bylaw affect them? Their costs will go down also? Is that what you're saying? Or how do I explain that to them?
Ian, did you want me to answer this one?
Yes, you go ahead and I'll supplement if I need to.
Sure. Great question. First of all, yes, on the whole, offsite levy costs for subdivision and development in your community are going down by about 15%. Now, infill development is something different. And so one of the things that council is going to be seeing as it relates to your offsite levy policy framework that will be coming in the weeks ahead, that policy framework is going to be talking about exemptions. And one of those exemptions that most municipalities put in place are exemptions as they pertain to small residential development or infill development. So that is something, Councillor, that will be coming in the weeks ahead, as well as other exemptions as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good news.
Okay. And Councilor Bennett, I'll just add to that as well. I think you mentioned development fees and offset levies. So every development is required to pay development fees, but not every development is required to pay offsite levies. So offsite levies is, as mentioned, only charged once for the property. So once a property in the town of Stony Plain has been charged, doesn't matter when it was charged, we can no longer go back and ask them for the offsite levy. So if any infill development that is getting redone in an area that has already been paid, has already paid their offset levies, there's nothing that can be collected from there. If
Yes.
an infill development that is getting built that has never ever paid offset levies, then the town has the right and the ability to go after for offset levies. The most recent example that I can recall is the redevelopment of the Memorial Composite High School grounds, where the old West Terra Nate campus used to be. That was developed with zero offset levies being charged. And when the redevelopment came back, then we're able to charge the offset levy fees at that point in time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that, but I've had conversations in in the past years with residents who historically their land has never paid, and it's always a shock to them to find out how much these offsite levies will cost them. So that's why I just want to be prepared for those type of developments. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you. That's good, because as more infill happens, then there's a decision that council needs to make. Moving over to Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Greg, for the report. I'm just curious how the future grants are anticipated. How is that number? How do we get that number?
Your administration will identify projects. Sometimes they're actually identified in the master plans, and if they are, then we factor those in. For example, if a significant water or sewer related project is likely to receive a grant from the Alberta Water Wastewater Partnership Grant, that's a good example of a special earmark grant, and we would factor that into the calculations. If it's not known at this point, then it's not included. And remember, this is a model that gets updated each and every year. So if there is a grant that gets received that is not anticipated, then it's simply added to the model at that point in time and the rates adjusted accordingly.
Mr. Your Worship, I'll just supplement a little there. Good question, Councillor Meyer. So on the recreation project, there was a fairly large grant component that was assumed out of the cost of the $93 million three-phase project. So the purpose of that grant was to recognize that the town had limited to build a project of that size, we would require assistance from other levels of government, especially given the debt limit that the town has. So the way this project was laid out as the substantially granted from other levels of government to bring the cost down to a more manageable level. And of course, council is continuing to look at the cost of the project to come up with ways to build a project even moving forward and with different scenarios, et cetera. So we would be updating this yearly, but there was a fairly large grant included in the $93 million at this point, just to recognize that the town could not go it alone, and we would require significant help from the feds or the province.
Okay. Councillor Meyer?
Yeah, and just for clarity, so I'm picking up what you're putting down for the most part. So just in terms of, I shouldn't look at that number as money in the bank. Then it's still it's a moving number.
I think the way to answer the question, I think the way I would portray it would be that is the one estimate that we believe will be revised as we get into more detailed design, et cetera. And certainly as the costs evolve and change and grants and other contributions from partners change, then the numbers would be updated. And the key point here is that there is a bit of a cost sharing between the town and development community based on the formula we've developed. So that would continue on based on whatever costs come forward in the next year through the detailed design.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions this evening, and thank you very much for our presenter. That was an excellent presentation and very clear. I appreciate it. My question is, the first one is with regards to, you had indicated there's 45 municipalities across Alberta that use your model. And then when we look at the region, in Edmonton, there was we were the only ones that were using a recreation levy, offsite levy. And I'm just wondering why that would be. And then secondly, what is the, I guess, the number of municipalities in Alberta that would be using a recreation offsite levy?
Yes, very good question. The recreation levies, as well as the other soft infrastructure types, are only just newly added to the MGA in 2017. So they're a relatively new phenomenon. And so you don't see their use across the province. It's not nearly as prevalent as the other infrastructure types. I expect that's going to change over the years. I'm aware myself of clients that we have. There are 3 clients that I'm aware of that just recently implemented either rec and or fire levies, and there are more on the way this year. So I don't know exactly what the number is across the province, councillor, that have a rec levy, but I can tell you, as I say, as it relates to the clients that I have, of the handful that have just started implementing them, including your municipality.
Thank you. And then with regards to libraries, I've also noticed they're not included. And I was wondering why we did not include libraries in our offsite levy, because we just built a library.
Your worship, yeah, I can answer that question through you to Councillor Matties. So it was felt that because the library project has already been built and this bylaw came in after the completion of the construction of the project, that it was not appropriate to kind of backdate it and bring it in at this time in the way it's the timeline has taken place. We would recommend the process should include, a certain level of planning over a number of years and consultation and discussion with community groups and developers in order to help them understand the projects as they evolve. And so that's the way the process we're hoping to introduce with the recreation levy, and why the library was not included at this time.
Thank you very much. Your worship, may I ask one last question?
Sure, go ahead.
So with regards to the laws in other provinces with regards to recreation offsite levies, for example, in BC or Saskatchewan, are they able to use recreation for offsite levies?
The answer is yes. In fact, the legislation in Alberta, with the change that occurred in 2017, Alberta moved to a framework that looked much more like their counterparts in both BC and Ontario. So in those provinces, they had a much wider sort of swath of infrastructure that was allowed under the legislation now and then there, and now here in Alberta, that our legislation looks much more like theirs.
And is that the same with Saskatchewan?
I'm less familiar with Saskatchewan, but as far as rec levies goes, the answer is yes. They do have them in Saskatchewan as well.
Great. Okay, thank you so very much.
You bet.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matties. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you. And again, echoing my counterparts, a detailed report. But what I got out of it here is, and this is a concern down the future, because one of the councillors there mentioned that, this is not necessarily money in the bank when we get these grants and stuff like that. So they're hypothetical numbers at this stage of the game. But if we go and add in fire, police, and library to already what we're charging on the offsite levies, my concern is that when it's all said and done, we'll be recharging so much that a developer says, I'm not going to develop here, I'll develop elsewhere. Now, having said that, this model, you say, as the offsite levies on a general consensus going down about 15%. So it's a bit of a comment and a question there, please, sir.
Sure. I mean, the rates in the town, yes, are going down about 15%. They'll be sitting at about $75,000 per net hectare on a weighted average basis. And as I mentioned, that is generally low for a community the size of the town of Stony Plain. So that's certainly a good thing. I can't speak to the town's desire or not to add the other levies at this point in time. And even if the town did, I couldn't tell you what those increases would look like, because we have no insight into what those costs would be. But as it relates to the town's bylaw now, the town's in very good shape as it relates to its average rate and how that compares to its municipal neighbors.
Just
Your worship.
then again. Oh, sorry, Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, Your worship, through you to Councillor Loy, just to supplement, I think when you look at the individual components of the offsite levy bylaw as in the town's position, the roads number is very reasonable. It's quite low compared to many of our neighbors. That is a reflection of the highway systems which the town has at its disposal, and large arterial roads aren't necessary to be built from scratch. So that's a positive for the town. You know, the water system has got very modest improvements needed over the next 25 years. The sanitary system, again, depending on where development takes place, will require modest improvements. So in general, the town is in a very favorable position to move forward with development in the next 25 years, you know, which will take the town to a population of about 30 to 35,000 people.
Okay, I guess, and I thank you for that. As I say, my concern is when we talk about it on the residential side, we could say we're going to give our ratepayers a 2.5%, let's say, tax increase, but at the same time, we've increased the fees on, you know, your utilities and stuff like that. And I just don't want to see us get ourselves into a situation where developers will say, let's go to this community to get us better. But I guess I'm hearing you right. We are in a very good position, and that probably adding some of those things on, or all three, is not really going to jeopardize our position to attract developers.
Councillor Lloyd, Deputy Mayor, you're absolutely right on that comment. Again, if you look at the presentation, page 43, it kind of just states if council approves the new offset levy bylaws, where we would be at, which is the fourth lowest in the capital region, what the comparators are. So Strathcona County would be lower than us by a smidgen. City of Beaumont would be lower than us, and this Fort Saskatchewan will be lower than us. Or actually about the same, roughly. Parkland County, City of Spruce Grove, Town of Kalmar, Fort Saskatchewan, Leduc County, Town of Devon, City of Leduc, City of St. Albert, and City of Edmonton, all considerably higher than ours.
And your worship, that is consistent with a lot of the other things we do in our taxation, getting more for less type of deal with our operational costs. So I do then see this fitting in well, so that when somebody does ask us, well, what we can articulate it back that here's where we are. So I'm pleased with that answer. Thank you.
That's very good, and I mentioned that Greg did a really good job on the presentation, because it does show it's very easy for members of council to actually pull the slide and say, here it is, the actual number. So, which is very good. I look forward to having some comments, and if anybody has any statements regarding the public hearing later on. Moving on to Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And again, this is an awesome report, very detailed. I'm just curious, when I look at page 34 of Corvus's report, that's page 43 of ours, I see Fort Saskatchewan is broken down into two different areas. Is that a common practice for some people to be doing two different levels in the town? Or is that a reflection of what it would have been in 2017 to 2020?
It's not a common practice, Councillor, but in that case, they literally had two offsite levy bylaws dealing with two specific areas. And I believe one was a residential area and one a commercial industrial area, if I recall. And also in rural communities where they have a very large land area. And I'm thinking, for example, Strathcona County. You will sometimes also see multiple bylaws because, of course, the areas are so large that the one bylaw will deal with a particular development in a particular area. But in most urban communities, the bylaw will be harmonized into a single one, like you have for your town.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. I do not see any more questions from members of council, so I'll ask a couple questions here. Definitely, this is kind of actually works really well for us to do a review of our offset levy bylaw, considering that the new considerations for charging offset levies were approved last year by the provincial government. One of our councillors asked a question about if we get different grants and different things which will affect the actual number later on. Obviously, we don't review offsite levy bylaw each and every year. We may have to report on it. But when are we scheduled, if council does approve it, how often do we do an updated of the rates, actually to review all the rates and to update them?
It's a great question, and the answer to that question is annually. Even if it's just an administrative update, the model that the town now has and will be using has been configured and has the functionality that allows for a very quick update each and every year to ensure that rates stay current. And so this doesn't mean to say that the town is going to undergo a major rewrite of its master plans. That only happens, of course, as you know, every 5, 6, or 7 years. But administratively, the model can and should be updated each year. And if there are small adjustments in the rates, those can be amended quite quickly and easily each year.
Okay, that sounds good, because yeah, it has been a while since we updated our previous offset levy bylaw amounts. So I do have another question. I think on your presentation, you projected that there was 25 years and then 50 years. So we're doing a 25-year model in terms of what offset levies could be charged. I understand why we didn't add the library in, because that's already been approved and done prior to this. The police station we approved and built a couple years ago. The fire hall we, as a town, approved and built 17 years ago, almost 20 years ago now. So in terms of a 25-year build out and looking at our population doubling in that 25 years, wouldn't it be kind of proper planning to actually have a little bit of fire in there as well? Because we know if we double, we probably need another fire hall.
Certainly, it may want to be something that the town considers going forward. And if the town is of the opinion that it wants to implement a fire offsite levy, then again, I just go back to the new requirements in the MGA and the regulations, and there's some additional rigor as it relates to that soft infrastructure and the need for the town to have in place the necessary background plans and business case, which clearly show the need for the fire hall, the cost of the fire hall, and that portion of the cost that would ultimately be allocated to future development. So those are some of the things, the background that the town would need to put in place in advance of creating a fire levy.
Okay, so thank you. So then probably the best place for council to have this conversation will be at a strategic planning level, and then maybe doing some kind of modeling of our growth going out to see at what point in time council feels is appropriate for another fire hall.
You bet.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I had. So I don't see any more questions for clarity or anything else from members of council. So we're pretty good. So thank you very much for that informative presentation. There was a lot of work in the review, so we definitely appreciate it. And the way that you presented it was very easy for me to understand. I'm pretty sure members of council understood that as well. And it allows us to have that information so that we can actually share that with the residents. So thank you very much, Greg.
It's my pleasure, Your Worship, members of council. Always good to be here to help.
Okay. Thank you. So moving on to number 5, which is statutory public hearings. We have none today. Moving on to number 6, which is adoption of council minutes. We have the RCM of April 26th and the GMP of May the 3rd. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the Town Council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Members of council, you've had a chance to read them. Are there any errors or omissions on those minutes that need to be corrected? Okay, see none. I didn't see either, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, the 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to number 7, which is council boards committee minutes. Looking at the Stony Plain Public Library for January 20th, February 8th, February 17th, and the Growth and Commerce from March 23rd. Councillor Matties.
The town council approved the sorry, the town council approved the town council meeting minutes as presented. Is that true?
Yes, those are the committee minutes. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Members of council, any questions or comments on those? We had them sent out to us, so we should have a couple questions to ask. Okay, seeing none, I'll have just a quick question to the member of the Stony Plain Public Library. I can just provide a verbal update of how the library is going at the new location and with the new health restrictions that have been placed on the libraries.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, for the question. Very briefly, the library is still closed to the public, and they are operating curbside pickup. In terms of the staff, you know, I've got to be honest here. I couldn't give you a report on how they're handling it. I imagine, like many people in the community, you know, it's tough times with the restrictions, but we do what we do, and I believe they are doing what they are doing. So I'm sorry, I don't have much more for you on that.
Okay, thank you very much. And moving on to Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question of our library representative. I'm wondering if the process for hiring a new library assistant director has begun, and if not, when that will begin.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just for clarification, that was for assistant director, you were saying?
Yes.
Yes. So it has begun. Mark has interviewed several candidates. I do believe there has been a selection, although I'm not sure if it's official yet. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is for administration. I know that our administration supports fair and equitable, inclusive practices in our community. And my question is, after reading the minutes, I understand that the director position of the library was basically not put through as a formal competition for that position, but that a promotion was made, and based on a number of reasons relating to a challenging, stressful environment and need for capital planning, etc. And so my question is, with regards to what is a fair and equitable process in our community to recruit people for jobs, work, leadership roles, etc. Does our employment policy provide a process which gives all qualified people the opportunity to apply for job openings in the town of Stony Plain or within town-funded organizations? And then in what circumstances would there be an exception to this process?
Okay. Thank you. That's the administration, or to maybe the member of the library board. Is that I don't think our administration would actually have any say in the hiring practices of the Stony Plain Library.
Hi, Your Worship. It's CAO. I can provide some comment to that question. But before I do, I think I would also add that's a pretty significant question that in some ways could require a pretty significant answer, and probably more than I'm able to do just verbally at this point in time, Your Worship. Just a few comments though. I know that our town of Stony Plain people policies and hiring policies do outline an ability for internal promotion, so to speak, or having the positions noted internally for a portion of time. It also allows for us to do external advertising of positions along the same lines at the same time. When it relates to philosophies around hiring, typically the Stony Plain Town Hub is going to make sure the process is open, transparent, fair, following both our own stated people policies, but also industry standard or best practice or whatever words you want to attach to it. That way we try to make sure we do the best we can on that side of the world. I know we include stuff about gender and other forms of discrimination are noted in our people policies as it relates to the hiring policy and process as well. When it comes to arm's length or nonprofits that we may or may not be funding to the degree of $1 or the degree of $100,000, they're typically, the most of them are typically set up with their own governance processes, hiring practices, and so on and so forth. And Your Worship, I think it's safe to say that generally speaking, the town of Stony Plain does not get involved in the hiring process of other entities. I'll stop there and perhaps I've addressed the question.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer?
Yep, sorry, just had to unmute myself there. Sorry, just not in reference to the current topic, but just going back to Councillor Bennett's question about the assistant director. I'm embarrassed, but I did get an email from our director. Bonnie Daly was actually hired as our assistant director, and she started with us April 16th. She does have experience in libraries, and she actually has experience previously with Stony Plain as an assistant director, so she should be a good fit. So I hope that answers that, and I hope I didn't distract too much from our current conversation.
Oh, thank you much for that clarification, Councillor Meyer. Do you have any just comments to Councillor Maddie's just comment? You sit on the board, so definitely there's conversations that happen that maybe not be privy to the public and to members of council, but any light that you can share with us?
Well, I know certainly COVID has had an effect on many things, and I don't want to make this just another COVID excuse, but I think between the capital campaign, the move in the library, and all the changes that came with COVID in the past year, many on the board felt that it was prudent, I guess would be a good answer or a good word, and that it would benefit the citizens to have sort of a smooth transition through the time. I mean, is in terms of fair competition, those voices, I did make those comments in the meeting. They were considered. Obviously, they did not carry the day there, and the decision by the board was passed. And so, while I, sitting as a councillor, I would say maybe I wouldn't agree with that, but as a member of that board, I will support the decision. I think ultimately Mark will be a good choice, and is a good choice. So I think we should respect the length, the arm's length of the board to make those decisions. That's what we have those people serving to do. So there's a politician talking out of both sides of their mouth there.
Okay, thank you. And then with that, I don't see any more questions regarding that. So thank you for the representative that sit on the Stony Plain Library Board and the Growth and Commerce Committee. And members of council, Councilor Maddie's made the motion to accept for information. I'm going to call the question.
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you. And that ends number 7. So move on to number 8, which is bylaws. It is currently 6:16. So let's take a 8-minute break here and be back in 8 minutes before we move on to our bylaws section. Thank you very much. So we'll see you guys at 6:24. Okay. Members of council, administration staff, and the public, welcome back. Moving on with our agenda to number 8, which is bylaws, doing with number 8.1, which is the offsite levy first reading. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's the General Manager, Planning and Infrastructure here. I do have a short presentation. So I'll try to share my screen here. And there we go. Everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Today, of course, we just heard a presentation from Corvus, so my intention is not to repeat that. However, we'll give a short administrative presentation just to describe the bylaw that's in front of council and the next steps. The recommendation, of course, today is that we will give first reading to the bylaw, and which would put it into the public realm, and then we'd be able to receive feedback in the future. Proceed with the public hearing on June 28th, which would be an opportunity for more detailed questions and answers in the public forum. Approval of the bylaw and second and third reading would be scheduled for after the public hearing on June 28th, 2021. The public hearing is not required by statutes, but it is recommended to allow people, the council, to hear comment from the development community in particular. And then the fifth point on this slide, a new offsite levy policy is proposed to come to council in early July at the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. Mr. Weiss mentioned that earlier today. One of the topics would be exemptions, and there'd be other matters in policy that council would be considering, and then we come back to council with approval in August 2021. So the offsite levy bylaw is part of council's strategic plan under support of infrastructure. Review and renew the offset levy bylaw while considering new authorities granted by the MGA. So we're meeting our commitments to the strategic plan and council's importance given to this item today. The offsite levies is also one of the fiscal sustainability strategies that finance has been presenting to council. Recently, you heard the asset management and the service level one, and the offset levies is coming to council later in June. So this is a good segue as well into that important topic that finance is leading. Just to back up a little bit to make sure council understands how we got to where we are today. So over the past basically 4 years, the town has been updating our master plans. We started back in 2017 with the water and sanitary and storm. And as well, just recently, the transportation was done, and some recreation planning has been done since 2017 as well. In the last few years, we've updated all the project lists, done the cost estimates and the timing, and as well established a growth scenario. So that is really the foundation for which the levies could be developed. And starting in January this year, we've been working with Corvus on developing a model. We did a financial review of all the offset levy accounts, determine what the account balances were, how much was put into the various projects, and how much is outstanding. And as well, we did a development in areas and basins review to really determine what the developable area coming forward in the next 25 years would be. Starting in last month in April, we did have a stakeholder open house, and we had a Q&A session, and the bylaw has been developed. So we've been working with the development community in the last number of weeks to provide them an opportunity to understand the project, understand the levies as they're being developed, and provide comment and help us move forward with a bylaw that council can be assured has been well thought out. So some of the key points for the offsite levy update. Mr. Weiss did mention it, that the key part of this is to ensure that growth pays for growth. To put it another way, to make sure that the taxpayers aren't unduly burdened by growth projects, which should be borne fully or partially by the development community. Offsite levy account balances. One of the key points to know here, when you look at the financial graphs in the report, that there is not substantial reserves in the account in the account balance or totals in the account balances. Front ending by the town or developers will be required in order to enable growth to proceed. So it is typically a sanitary project would require some front ending, and the town is not in a great position to do that front ending unless we do debenture borrowing, which of course is a significant undertaking. And developers, of course, are reluctant to do that themselves because although they know they will get paid back, the front ending cuts into their bottom line, and so it does become a detriment to growth. So I guess what I'd say is front ending and carefully planning these projects will become a discussion point for council in the next 10 years. 12 basins have been introduced. When you look at the map, and I'll show you the map in a minute, the basins are mainly basins or areas are mainly set up around sanitary project costs, projects, and the costs for those projects to ensure that that lands that benefit from those projects pay for the infrastructure. There is a great number of lands in the town to be developed in the future, greater than 75 years worth of developable land. So the rolling 25-year review period is used to calculate the rates. When you see the map, you'll see that there's still a great deal of land left to go in the town. So we do have long-range planning is important for the town as we continue to move on. In addition to the recreation levy, again, we talked a little bit about that earlier, so I won't repeat that. The bylaw does call for the repealing of the capital recreation contribution policy, which the levy will replace. Intermunicipal levies, there was a little bit of discussion of that earlier. There are none planned at this time. One that might be considered in the future would be, for instance, North Boundary Road, which goes into, which might be an intermunicipal project with the city of Spruce Grove. The new offsite levy model one of the goals of the model will be to increase consistency and efficiency. It will enable us to update annually in an efficient manner and proceed with monitoring the projects, monitoring the costs, and doing all the financial work in a very efficient manner. And the annual updates and reporting requirements, I guess the key point here is there is increased transparency both with council and the community to be fully transparent on what's happening with the projects and the planning as we move ahead into the future with offsite projects. So here's the basin map or the area map. There are 12 areas, and as I mentioned, they are split out basically based on how sanitary systems will flow together, either into each other or separate from others based on the pipes and the gravity flows, etc. So the green areas is the developed land in the next 25 years. The white is the existing town developed area, and then the brown is the beyond 25 years area. So the brown area is significantly bigger than the green. And when we developed this growth scenario, a lot of thought went into the green areas and where would be the next areas to develop. Again, there's a significant amount of land here, 450 hectares in the green, and so that is a very reasonable number for the town to plan for in the next 25 years. The brown area, of course, can advance faster, but their implications are it would basically replace some of the green in the short term. And if the town did get growth of that significance, it likely would be for shorter periods of time, not for the full 25 years. And then again, Mr. Weiss did show this slide, which shows where the town of Stony Plain levy rates are in relation to some of our neighbors and some of our other municipalities in the region. Again, it is tricky to compare one to another because it really is apples and oranges. However, I think what this really indicates is that the town is in an enviable position because the projects necessary to support growth and new development are the cost of those projects and the number of them is substantially lower than some of our comparables. And so that translates into lower cost per hectare to the development community, which should be somewhat of a competitive advantage for the town in relation to the development of land. So at this time, the recommendation is the town council give first reading to offsite levy bylaw 2648 DNP 21 and authorize administration to proceed with a public hearing in accordance with the Municipal Government Act on June 28th, 2021 for bylaw 2648 DNP 21. So I do have the manager of engineering here, and I believe the manager of planning is on the line as well. And if there are questions at this time that council would like us to go through, then we're welcome to do that. Otherwise, I'll just pass it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, General Manager, for the presentation. And members of council, questions for clear understanding to the General Manager. Councilor Bennett, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so my question, it stems from page 107 of our package, and I believe that's page 22 of the report. And it's all about this front end front-ending obligations. So it says the balance also assumes the remaining funds of $1.3 million currently in the account are transferred to the town to pay down front-ending obligations owed to the town. Okay, so in order for me to be able to explain what this means to any resident person in the public that asks me to explain, I have to be clear on this. So here were some of my questions when I was reading it, and maybe that gives you an idea of where I'm coming from. So I went, repayment of front ending comes out of reserves and goes into what account? Do any developers owe the town for front ending? Like, those are kind of the questions that went through my mind, but basically I just need to understand a little bit more. I know what front ending is, but I don't understand the transfer between accounts and who pays what and where the money goes.
Okay, well, that's a good question, Councilor Bennett. And before I turn it over to the General Manager, so the one that comes to my mind right off the bat here is, what is that called? Willow, the one that services the St. John Paul II School. That development was part of Highway 779 upgrading. It was the developer's contribution to build that connector road from Willow Park Road to access St. John Paul II School. The developer was not at the point to develop that road and the subdivision, so the town of Stony Plain administration came to council to ask council to pay for that road first and then recoup the money over the next few years as the development happens. Council made that approval and we passed that, so that road is complete. The town paid for that, and that is money that is owed to the town by a developer. That's the most recent one. Come in.
So where did the money come from for us to do that? And where will the money go into when that's paid back?
Yeah,
and does the town owe? Does the town owe anything?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Bennett and all council, I can help with this this question and these questions. So the front ending that is talked about in the report is the town basically front-ended projects, transportation projects, in particular Veterans Boulevard. So we did a debenture for that. So we front-ended the cost, and we're paying for the cost. There was not enough money in the levy account to pay for that directly from the levy. So the town basically paid for the project, and now we're owed that money back. So what in the on page 22, that is apologies, page 22, one of the numbers on the bottom of that page is incorrect, and we sent an email earlier today about that being corrected. But the basically what's happening here is there's a $1.3 million in the account today, and that is all owed to the town for front ending we've already done. There is additional money owed to the town as well that is also owed to the town, and we will get paid that back as we see fit. So in the future corporate planning, the town will deal with monies owed to us as they become available. Obviously, we can't take money. How and when we take money out of that offset levy reserve account is decisions of council, and we need to understand what future projects the money might be needed for front ending of other projects. We need to understand what other uses of the money might be possible. So to basically answer your question, do any of the developers owe the town? No, the developers do not owe the town. There's no backlog. However, as new development takes place, the town will be paid back for funds that we've expended on projects and front-ended through ourselves. So I guess in essence, they do owe us, but we'll be taking it out of the kitty as the kitty grows bigger. In relation to the Willow Road project on Highway 779, that was a separate agreement with one developer, so it's not included as an off-site project with the whole development community. The projects that you see on the list here for the offsite levy, for the transportation offsite levy, are 2-year road projects. And so the Highway 779 connecting road was a separate agreement we had with the one developer who we have an agreement with him to pay the town back the money we've expended, including interest provisions and other provisions over time. So that is not included in the offsite levy at this time. It is a separate project that is dealt with through a separate agreement.
Thank you. Councilor Bennett, does that provide some clarity?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, just one more example. When we bought the land and developed 23rd Street, I believe it is, over by over in that where the Best Western is and a little bit further east. So the town purchased that land and we paid for the infrastructure going in there. And then it was paid back to us as that was developed. Is that a good example of what this is all about?
I think the better one is the Veterans Boulevard. 28th Street, we did not buy the land. We already had the land. The town Stony Plain re-subdivided it so it made the proper parcels. And then the town Stony Plain chose to construct the road so that we can sell the lots as fully serviced lots and not undeveloped lots.
Okay, yep, got it. Thank you.
Your worship, if I may, it's CAO, and I think just based on those questions, I think what we'll do as we move forward with this process with council, I think I'll ask our corporate services general manager to provide a bit of insight in the next written reports on some of the financing or potential financing as the town goes forward into what I would consider, 3, 5, 7, 10 years and beyond as it relates to how these funds can be used or would be used and what the requirements are. I think there's probably some good information for council that would give a bit more of a broader background on future potential financing of projects. So we'll be able to do that in writing for the next update.
Okay, thank you, town manager. Okay, move on, Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration. If grants are not like a definitive thing, and now we have a solid plan for rec that we know has significant costs, why does it make sense to add rec to the levies when we already have a charge that is already, collecting more than what is proposed through the levies?
I think the current fee is less, not more. Town manager planning.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councilor Meyer and all the council. So the current recreation contribution is a policy that council adopted. It is you know, the way I understand it, or at least in the eyes of the development community, it is they feel it was somewhat of a voluntary contribution to somewhat local neighborhood level recreation needs rather than wide scale, more town-wide recreation needs. So the new powers under the MGA allow the town to seek out and plan for and charge a levy for recreation. Those types of things are intended for the project similar to what the town is proposing. And so I guess the key thing about this is it is allowed through legislation. It is transparent. It is able to be planned for and handled appropriately, and versus the policy which was somewhat a dispute in the development community and other jurisdictions. In relation to the grants and the project definition, we understand that the project will be advancing with more definition in the coming months, and certainly we understand that each year that the project moves forward, new information become available, and so the feeling right now is that the information we have in front of us was the information that we're going with until we have new information that's solidified through study and through analysis. So that will take a number of months and potentially into the year end, into next year to develop, at which time the financial model for the levy would be updated. And it's suspecting that if there is a different project does come forward and the grant situation is changed and maybe the contributions are revised or whatever, the share between the municipality and the development community will be calculated in the same kind of way, and through update and discussion, that's how it will be advancing.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Meyer.
Yeah, thank you. And can I just ask another question, unrelated?
Yeah, go ahead.
So going back to Councillor Bennett's question, and I was listening to the CAO say that we would get some kind of more insightful look at this, so I appreciate that. So my comment is more in regards to when that does come forward, things I would like to see or understand, I should say. So my question would be, if they're sort of to like Councillor Bennett's, is there an account with monies in it now that have been collected? And am I correct in assuming that that would be repaid from that account to the town at some future date? So what I want to know is if those two things are true. And then also, if that's true, if we are following one of the recommendations to go with the average something instead of the first in, first out, I hope administration is following what I'm talking about. If that means that the money that's in that account is waiting for us to take it out because we're the only ones owed for any front ending, and we're going to go to an average payout thing, aren't we kind of shorting ourselves? I'm not sure if any of that made sense, but I hope that whatever comes forward from administration can clarify those questions for me.
Yes, Councilor Meyer, and I think administration will provide that for us. I think the general concept is that we collect offset levies for different areas of the community, and those dollars can be only used to be spent on those areas of the community. The general manager made a comment about Veterans Boulevard. So the offset levies for the development that is around there is collected to pay for the Veterans Boulevard. However, the offset levy that was
what, just when you said the area, I think that actually clarified a lot. I think that was maybe the piece of the puzzle I was missing there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councilor Meyer. Councilor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not necessarily a question, but more so a comment. I think what this has really brought to light for me, first of all, I think it's fantastic. I am very happy to see the change away from the capital recreation contribution policy that was very dated and ambiguous to this being included in the offsite bylaw. But I think it just really hits home about how important future planning is going to be. To not essentially saddle our ratepayers with more than their fair share expense on building out new infrastructure. You know, obviously things like libraries, police, fire, recreation, etc., that have been added, they've been added for a reason, because they've been identified as things that are required by communities as communities grow. We see that, you know, in our last fire service master plan, for example, there isn't necessarily an indication as to when the town of Stony Plain may require their next fire hall. And I think that's something that we need to get better at doing, and something that we need to look at understanding, because if we know that, you know, we have essentially a 25-year window to collect for it, the last thing I'd like to see is us to only identify that project, let's say 5 years before it's required and is built out, and then we will have a difficult time collecting what I would call the fair share for that. So, you know, again, absolutely fantastic. It's taken in a lot of the plans and things that we've used, and I guess what I'm hoping we see come from this is the opportunity to start identifying these projects further out. We know that they're adaptable. We know that things can change, but at least if we have these projects on our books, in our plans, with the justifications, we can start working those in. You know, when we heard that we're going to be sitting at approximately $75,000 a hectare, when the average for our size of community is 100 to 125, I don't necessarily think we need to be there right now, but I think that also shows us that we do have a lot of room in which we can consider some of these future projects and the future needs of our community when we do move forward. So again, appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. I appreciate hearing that there's been an open house. I look forward to hopefully receiving some good feedback at our at the public hearing, and I'll be fully supportive of this going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Okay. I see no more questions for clear understanding. Just made one comment to administration. Definitely thank you for the work on this. I definitely appreciate like kind of the different areas, breaking up the town of Stony Plain into 12 areas for offset levies versus, I think currently we had like 5 or 6. So I think this is more representative of actually which areas of the town require different service levels and the ability to bring those services to those areas. So I look forward to the public hearing and actually going out to the committees to see how they view what the town of Stony Plain is doing. Okay, moving that, no more questions of clarity, so I'm going to go to 8.1, and I'm going to ask Councillor Laurie to make the motion, please.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council give first reading to Offsite Levy Bylaw 2648/DNP/21 and authorize administration to proceed with a public hearing in accordance with the Municipal Government Act on June 28th, 2021 for Bylaw 2648/DNP/21.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laurie. Members of Council, so the debate is on giving first reading, which then allows administration to proceed with the public hearing and then to advertise and then to have full discussions with our residents and development community. Any questions regarding first reading? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 8.2 is the taxation bylaw. Looking for first, second, and unanimous consent, and then third reading. Go ahead, administration, for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will just be turning this over to our General Manager of Corporate Services and any of our staff that may be with us to speak to council.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you, Town Manager. So as council knows, this is an annual bylaw and it reflects the recently passed revenue and taxation policy. And I'll just have the Manager of Financial Services walk you through the details of the report.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. The exercise of setting annual property tax rate authorizes Council to impose a tax in respect to collecting taxation revenue towards the expenditures of the town set out in the approved budget. Shortly following the bylaw approval, taxation notices will be distributed. In November 2020, Council passed the 2021 corporate plan with a projected tax requisition increase of 1.71%. Spring budget adjustments passed in April did not require a revision to the budgeted taxation increase. 2021 taxation year is the first year of 4 in transitioning the tax rate split to the average of the urban Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Board members, less Edmonton. As such, a tax rate split of 1.22 has been implemented on this bylaw. The taxation charts presented are based on only one scenario. Each individual resident and business assessment is unique and will impact the increase or decrease over the prior year. For demonstration and simplicity of application, a $100,000 assessment value was used. Residents and businesses can multiply this out by their home assessment to come up with the increase for their property. Also included in the bylaw is the requisition amount for the School Foundation and Meridian Foundation. These requisition amounts are defined by those parties rather than the town of Stony Plain. The school requisition amount has increased by 0.4% due to equalized assessment, while the Meridian Foundation has slightly declined by 1.9%. This concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you much for the presentation, Manager. Members of Council, any questions of clarity on the presentation? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question in regards to what I've kind of said here. So I see that we have set the tax rate split at 1.22. And again, this was further to my conversation when we were talking about this, about not necessarily identifying those splits in the coming years. But what I see has happened is that, and the manager can correct me if I'm wrong, is essentially it appears as though what we originally approved as a 1.71% tax increase to a residential unit is now looking at, I believe, a decrease of 1.12%. And now our non-residential is going from an increase of 1.71% to a change of 5.9%. So the first would be just, am I understanding that correctly? And the second question I have is, what would our tax rate split be if we were to take the non-residential to a point where it had a 0% change? And also, what then would the tax rate, I'm presuming, increase on a non-residential property be for that same scenario?
Okay, to the manager, general manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie. So the first part of the question in regards to the 1.71% that was approved through the corporate planning process, that was the increase, the total requisition required for the town. So that was an increase on the total budget. So that does not equate perfectly to what a resident or non-resident will see. It's all based on the assessment. And so the charts there are just using for demonstrative purposes and equating it out based on the new split that shows the dollar change and percent change, but those two are unrelated, the 1.71% and the percentages that you see in the charts there. As for the second part of the question. in regards, we'd have to run some calculations to find that if we wanted to increase non-residential by 0%. However, I do have some calculations if we were to maintain the 80-20 policy. And then if that was the case, we would be at a ratio of 1.15 for this taxation year. And as a result, the mill rate increase for non-res would be 0.21%, so pretty close to that 0%. And the residential mill rate increase would be 3.18% as a result. So that would be basically the mill rate from last year less the mill rate from this year, divided by last year's mill rate.
So thank you for that. You know, when you say unrelated, I think part of where this is getting a little confusing is you've used an assessment value of $100,000 for 2020, but then you have reduced or increased the assessment value and what the tax rate looks on that. A good comparison would be to show what the new mill rate and charges look like on the same $100,000 so that a resident has an easier time. I'm confused as to why we would have compared $100,000 in 2020 to $96,970, for instance, in 2021. This is page 156 of 464. Or again, if you can correct me in my understanding, am I not understanding that correctly?
Go ahead, Manager.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of Council. The reason why we used assessment of 100,000 was for simplicity. The reason why the assessment was compared at $100,000 versus $96,970 was because overall for residential properties, the assessment has gone down 3.03%. So we took out that 3.03% to show the impact of, so for example, just very, very simple, if your house was worth 100,000 in 2020, your house is likely now worth 3% lower, which is 96,000. And so we were trying to compare apples to apples to show what the impact on that property would be.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, so I mean, I understand that, but I think it does not clearly state the comparison because, you know, now a resident is trying to take their assessment divide it by 96,970 in order to kind of figure out what their taxes are. I think the correct comparison is using that same $100,000. We all understand when we get our property assessment notice what has happened to the value of our residence and what that does to it. So comparing $100,000 to 96,970 when we're talking about the different rates results in an interesting percentage change. So regardless, I guess my question still is, and I think the answer that I heard is that I can't get an answer to it tonight, is what I'm seeing here is a reduction in the amount of property tax being collected essentially per residential property, which I understand. But then I'm seeing an increase to the non-residential, which I understand. And I understand that's the way that this was going to go based on the decisions we made in our taxation policy. However, my concern is that in a very challenging time that we are in right now with the COVID-19 pandemic, and what has happened is the amount of burden that we're placing on our non-residential. Now, I'm not saying that I don't want to see any increase on the non-residential because that would defeat the purpose of what we've done in our taxation policy and the way we're moving forward. However, if we're seeing a significant reduction in our residential side, I'm again wondering what the numbers look like, what our tax split looks like if we were to equal off our residential to a 0% rather than an actual decrease, what that would then look like in respect to the increase for non-residential.
Right, so Councillor, so that would actually change the numbers. And I think we had this conversation when this was presented to the council a few meetings ago, is what happens if we didn't set the increases over 4 years, but said if we left it the same, and then we were able to get to that 1.22 split earlier than the 4 years, or even later. I think you're trying to ask the question of what if we did not make that reduction and kept it at 0%. So how does that get us to that 1.22 faster? And how does that affect the business tax if we did that?
Not necessarily faster, your worship. No, it is again, yes, and further to my previous comments about not defining what split we were going to achieve in each year. Again, it does leave us with the flexibility, which is exactly how administration explained it to us. But what I'm not seeing here is the information on that flexibility, is the information that we would require to make the decision on is 1.22 the correct split for the 2021 tax year. And so because this is the first step in this change, I'm looking for that information.
Okay. Administration regarding the 1.22 split.
Your worship, we have not done that calculation at this time. I mean, a bit of it is timing for this year, just that the policy was just recently passed. That would be our intention in the future, to spend more time analyzing that and giving council some more options. Unfortunately, just based on the timing this year, that's not presented in front of you tonight. And so I would just leave it at that at this point.
Okay. Thank you. And council's already approved the tax split policy already. So the only thing we talked about is maybe if it's more or less in which year. So I don't know if I think we definitely need to pass something. That's why it's all coming in all three readings and with a unanimous consent, because the tax notices need to go out here by the end of the month, I believe. Or maybe to administration, is there more time to review this, or are we at that we need to get this out pretty soon?
Your worship, the tax notices do need to go out by the end of May, so we'd be cutting it pretty tight to defer into the future.
Okay, thank you. And I think council's had quite a few conversations regarding this. It's the numbers that we don't know until we actually get the assessment value, and that's probably why that always comes so late for members of council, is because we do not know what the final tax rate and the percentage will be until we actually get the full assessment of the community. Councilor, anything else?
No, your worship, I'll save further comment for debate.
Okay. That's good. Maybe a question for administration. So based on council's motion for tax rate split that we passed in April 26, was that tax rate split divided evenly over the next few years to get us to the medium of the Edmonton Metro Region Board of the urban averages?
Thank you, your worship, through you and to all of council. That was the what was completed, so it would be over the next 4 years, this year being the first.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I don't have any more questions, so I don't have anyone else online, so we're moving on for a motion, and I would need see, Councillor Bennett for the first reading, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2649/tax/21, a bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation to be levied against property within the town of Stony Plain for the 2021 taxation year.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. So, members of council, first reading is on the floor. So, any comments regarding that motion? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, your worship. So while I can appreciate the work that's gone in from administration, I'm left feeling a little bit of frustration with this coming forward the way it has. Again, understanding the changes that we made in our taxation policy, I expected that there would be a little bit more clarity of the various options, the various scenarios that council will be looking at in this. I do agree with the tax split and with moving the tax split closer to that of the average in the Edmonton metropolitan region. However, my concern of what I see today is I see a significant increase in a pandemic year and a very problematic year for our non-residential customers, while seeing a decrease to our residential customers. And what I hoped to see was various scenarios in which we could look at. And one of those scenarios that I would have hoped to have seen would have been what it would look like if we were to not provide a decrease to our residential, but just leave them at a 0%, and what that increase would then look like in respect to our non-residential. Now, again, seeing a decrease to our residential is fantastic in a pandemic period. They're going to be looking at this and saying, hey, you know what, that's great. The town of Stony Plain has my back. And, you know, as our voting population, maybe that's a good thing for us as the elected official. However, I think the important role that our non-residential properties play in our municipality is being maybe a little bit underwhelmed here. I'm going to have a hard time bringing this through to unanimous consent tonight. You know, we were told when this policy came forward that town council had the opportunity to be flexible. That's why they were not setting the specific thresholds for each year. But I don't feel that I have the information tonight to understand what being flexible means. I don't think I have the information in front of me tonight to understand what our options are and what we can do and what the different splits look like. I feel like our hands are being a bit tied and we're being a bit forced because this had to be brought forward because the notices have to be distributed by the end of May. Now, we do have one more scheduled council meeting before the end of May. We also have the possibility, I guess, if it would require it, for a special meeting to be called that we could decide this on. So I do think that we have the options. At this point in time, I think I'm going to sit back and listen to see if there's any further comments from my colleagues on council and maybe listen to some of their thoughts. But as I said, I'm not sure that I can support this moving through to unanimous consent tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Any other questions, comments regarding the motion for first reading? Councilor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Laurie just stated that there would be a significant increase. I'm sorry, I think those were his words, to our non-residential. Just break it down for us. What would be the increase on say an average business in downtown Stony?
Okay, so Council, if they turn to page 157, it is $43.89 for roughly 100,000. We'll just use 100,000 for easy. If a building is worth $500,000, well, then you take the 43.89 and you multiply that by 5 because it's 500,000. So for the year, an average property, if it is $500,000, is $219.45. Okay,
and secondary, Mr. Mayor,
which is $18.28 a month.
Okay, so when we had our presentation about the tax rate split, wasn't it made very clear that non-residential, especially commercial businesses, can write that off as part of their taxes, their income taxes? And so that was one of the reasons that it made so much sense to me to increase the non-residential, because they have an opportunity to recoup those charges. So please correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't really see the issue with what we have before us tonight.
Okay. Yes, so Councillor Bennett, so through the presentation was that it was either, I believe, correct wording was pre or post payment. So residents usually have to pay the property tax post. So after they've gone to work, got paid for it, and then tax on the money. So the money that they have to pay the property tax is post taxation, whereas businesses are pre-taxation, so they can reduce their operating expenses, subtract the operating expenses and costs before they get taxed on the dollars. So from my understanding, that is what I understood from the general manager and manager. If they would like to provide some clarity.
Yes, Your Worship, you are correct. It's about the pre-income versus after income that we had talked with council before. Well, I appreciate, and we had this discussion too. It's a tough year for everyone. The other context that I would just give council is those, over the last couple of years, those businesses have seen decreases in their property tax bills. So it's finding that balance between the residents and the non-residents. And so that's why this was brought to you the way it is. I do hope, and I know we will bring more options into the future. It just really was a timing issue this year. If council really feels strongly, we have looked at calendar and there would be time for us to still get the bills out the end of May, because it is council's bylaw. You need to be comfortable with it. So that's a little bit more context on questions asked.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And Councillor Bennett actually mentioned a couple of things that I was going to chime in on. I personally don't believe that the increase that will be going to the businesses and stuff like that is that significant. And again, I want to reiterate that to whatever that increase happens to be, and I think, Mr. Mayor, you said $18 and some odd cents a month based on 500,000. That is just something that they add in again to reduce their taxes. So it's beneficial. I think in this particular case, management did what they thought was the best, which we discussed before. And I'm leaning towards supporting it. I do have a question though. We've often talked about consulting business and reaching out, and I'm just wondering how that was done. If we had a couple of one-on-ones with some of our half a dozen prominent builders in this area, and if they expressed any concern, can we have a little bit of a weigh-in on that one, sir?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Administration.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to all of council. We had reached out to our economic development department to understand what the impact tax rate had on overall attractability, I guess you could say, of the town of Stony Plain. And the economic development officer did say that it was a very low priority for developers or businesses that are looking to come into the town.
So if I may add on to that, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
We didn't really sit down and talk with, and we all know who some of these 4 or 5 major developers in this town. Did no one really sat down and talked with them, or did our active guy personnel speak to some people that we can say, yeah, and they were not really opposed to it, although no one likes tax increases. But I think you get my point.
Yes.
Your Worship, through you into all of council and Councillor Loy, that those conversations did not occur.
Okay, I thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions regarding first reading? Okay, I have some comments. I support the motion. I think we're going in the proper direction to kind of find a balance between residential and non-residential tax rates. Is there a good year to make a change? No, there's never a good year to make a change, but there is a year to make a change. Council did that on April 26th by passing the tax rate split versus having a fixed tax rate split. That does affect which non-residential and residential properties will pay this year and going to the future. One of the comments that sold me on this was that we were not building this over 1 year. So we're having a 4-year build up to this to get to the proper rate, which allows everybody the time to adjust their business models if that is required. And we also have comments about, well, this is a bad year in terms of business, and it is. But mentioned by administration, over the last few years, non-residential taxes have had a reduction in taxes because the assessment values have gone up and residential has gone down. So which has caused a shift in that tax rate burden. So do we go back a few years to raise their taxes to keep that at zero? The answer is no, we can't do that. The only thing we can do is now approve something that going forward, we can make it more fair and equitable for everybody that's living in the community. With that, I think based on the numbers that I see, I am a commercial business owner in the town of Stony Plain. And if I cannot properly plan for $18.28 this year, because I saved money the last 2 years because my property taxes went down, then I'm not very good at doing my job. And in terms of the residential rate going down, I think that's fantastic. We've heard that this is a hard year for many people because of the pandemic. We're over 15 months into a pandemic now, and the dollars that our residents pay the property taxes are post-taxed. So they've already been taxed once already. They don't need to have an increase in property taxes to cover some of the differences. And as mentioned, that this is going to be built over 4 years. So if council wants to accelerate it or decelerate it in the next couple of years, that is the prerogative of council to review and look at. And if we don't want to do that, we don't have to do that. But we do have a policy, tax bylaw that we passed, which administration has to follow. And that does say that we need to get to that medium rate. That's between the Edmonton Metro Regional Board of the urban averages over the next 4 years. So if we don't like this one, we can send it back and they can come back with a different scenario of how that gets to that point in 4 years. It could be 0, 0, 50, 50, or it could be 100% year one and 0, 0, 0 the next 3 years. That is something that we need to talk about if that's what we want. Or we use a nice steady approach of increasing and making a change 25% a year. Very steady, very easy to plan for, very justifiable. Okay, Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say that very well put. I can't agree with some of what I've heard today. I would say there are many businesses out there this year that have had exceptional years. I see it in some of the businesses in Stony Plain. I see it in Atchison. I see it throughout the province. I travel a fair bit. And I can tell you that a lot of the industries today can't supply for the need that is out there. The demand is so great that the manufacturers of multiple things cannot supply. Now, I agree with some of the stuff that no time is a good time for tax. And those businesses that aren't doing that well, probably this is not a good time. But they would tell you that in a bad time, in a good time as well, that a tax increase is not something they want to see. And we know that businesses have tax write-offs that they're able to do. And the small amount that we're talking about in this to make things so that it's good over the next 4 years, I think is well thought out. And I think administration did a fairly good job at what they're doing. Can we always do better? Absolutely. And it would have been very nice to see some comparisons. And I would encourage that going into the future, that we do get to see those comparisons. So looking at this tonight, I think it's maybe not totally fair for the industry today, but it's a good starting point. And I think at this point in time, unless I hear a lot of different things, it's something that I may be able to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do actually support your comments that you made in your summary, and I do support this motion this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions regarding first reading? Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you. Move on to motion for second reading. Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2649, tax 21.
Okay, thank you very much. As all council knows, we need all 3 readings to get it done. So this is the second reading. So any comments and questions or debate around the second reading? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I can say I appreciate the comments and what have you, the discussion that we just had in regards to it. You know, again, as I stated, I am fully supportive of the taxation policy that we put in place. I believe it was myself that brought it forward that I actually wanted to see the split identified in the taxation policy. And again, the moving forward with the 4 years of equal split was my preferred method to see that. I was assured that, you know, it wasn't going to be included in the policy so that council had the flexibility. And my concern isn't necessarily with what is being presented to us here tonight. It is with not seeing the options for that flexibility. So I think the key thing that came out of the discussion that just happened is hearing the general manager state that in the future, when this is brought forward, more clarity and the various options will be brought forward so council can understand exactly how that will look. I will say that even though businesses do have the opportunity to write a portion of their taxes off, they're already doing that today. And so no matter what, an increase is still an increase. And no matter how small or how large that is, that will affect that business in one way, shape, or form. However, I don't think that the increases that we are looking at here are substantial to the point where they would put a business out of business. But again, it goes back to the making sure that we have a clear picture, making sure that there's a clear understanding, and making sure that council has enough information to make an educated and informed decision. I think the information here tonight is borderline on that, given the comments from my colleagues. And, you know, again, not that I am opposed to the methodology that we're changing to. I think there is enough information here that I will support this to go through. However, again, I appreciate the comments from the general manager, and I expect if I am around next term to see this come through again, that there will be more clarity provided as we move forward.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Laurie. Any other comments on second reading? Okay. And I appreciate those the comments and the kind of concern that you raised, Councillor Laurie. I think because the fact that Council approved the tax split policy, the rate model on April 26th, probably didn't give us much time. But however, if, as you mentioned, if I'm lucky enough to be here as well, and members of council, that the opportunity comes back earlier to say, this is the remaining 3 years of the tax split. Do we want to see a third, or do we want to see 50% this year? Like, that gives us the options prior to coming for the approval of the tax bylaw. Any other questions and comments? Okay, calling the question. All in favor of second reading?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to unanimous consent. Members of council and our residents and public that are watching, for council to do all 3 readings, we need unanimous consent. So I need the motion for unanimous consent. Deputy Mayor.
Pardon me. Yes, your worship, the town council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2649/tax/21.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you. Move on to third reading. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you. The town council give third reading to bylaw 2649/tax/21.
Okay. Members of council, any last comments? We did have a couple comments from Council Lowry, so hopefully administration heard that. Maybe we'll get some different scenarios prior to the tax bylaw coming to the next council. Okay, see none. Thank you, administration, for the work that you've provided and done for council. I know it's been a long process coming with all the different tax rates and splits and the whole suite of financial policies to see where we are and how to make our community better. And I think this is a step forward going into the future where this tax rate split will provide the background and the foundation for the town of Stony Plain to improve what it already has. Members of council, I'll call in favor of third reading.
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much, and that is passed. Moving on to 8.3 is the land use bylaw, first reading. Go ahead, administration, for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure here. I'll have a short presentation. I also have Mr. Dibble, the Manager of Planning, who is with me today to help answer any questions that council may have. So I'll just start right into it.
Thank you.
So what you have in front of you is the land use bylaw. The last major rewrite of the bylaw was done in 2015. There was a short administrative update in 2017, and since that time there have been 4 bylaw amendments. You can see the listing of them there. Of course, the cannabis one was a fairly lengthy one due to the changing legislation. The 2021 started out as an administrative update to deal with some items which have been noted in the last 4 years, in particular, and how they might want to be more efficient in dealing with regulations to do with development. So the changes you see in front of you, I know the document, when you look at the red lines, changes, etc., can be fairly exhaustive to understand and go through. And so the purpose today is to help council understand, the process that we've used, and at a very high level, what the changes have been proposed, and then bring forward to the public hearing where a more substantive conversation with the community might be held. So that the first category of changes is what's been called housekeeping clarity changes. There's some wording that was required to align with the MGA update. Some readability issues have been addressed, hopefully to make the document more easy to read. And there's been some simplification of definitions, which hopefully helps us down the road. There have been some revises to part 1 and part 2 of the document, and in particular, I know council is very interested in things like secondary suites and other uses, and specifying residential density as per the MGA or the EMRB density targets. And we have enabled dwellings in the commercial district. So that's one of the open for business changes which we've introduced as part of this administrative update. And again, there was a number of changes put in there to clarify some of the development processes and permit requirements that are necessary. Some of them were somewhat missing, and there was some lack of clarity. So the red tape lens was put onto the bylaw, And it's hopeful that some of the additions are not viewed as additional red tape, but as additional clarity that helps guide the development process and shortens timelines, because it's clear exactly what we're looking for, what we need in order to move some things forward. Some of the new uses and sections, I know the council will be very interested in the microbreweries and distilleries, along with long-term care and supportive living facilities. So those definitions have been added specifically as uses, and in an effort to encourage those with appropriate regulations. Agriculture has been transformed. It used to be one specific use. Now it's transformed into 3 different uses, including community gardens, rural farm, and indoor farms. So it's been recognized that was an area which could be improved in relation to uses that the community might be interested in seeing in various neighborhoods. And accessory developments have been expanded to include shipping containers. It's something that we've recognized is potentially to allow in certain districts to account for what would be considered not intrusive to neighbors or other areas, neighborhood developments. Parking and signs, provisions for compact parking stalls. So we did not. We used to not have any provisions for compact parking stalls. So now that's recognized that there are smaller cars out there, and a certain percentage of parking could be utilized with the somewhat smaller stalls. And the election sign changes have been put in place to recommend here that to make it clear what a permit is needed, what permits are needed for what types of signs, etc. So it's really trying to be more proactive with the upcoming election, which is months away now. So in relation to consultation, in addition to 2 rounds of legal review, stakeholders in particular had an opportunity to comment and provide feedback on the document you see in front of you. In particular, UDI, the Home Builders Association, and then the Chamber of Commerce have all provided comment and continue to work with us on the document. The one thing I would point out is that there are a number of somewhat more substantive regulations that the town is considering. We are proposing to work with the development community in particular and these stakeholders, and including potentially the planning committee on some more, I would say, substantive changes to the regulations, in particular to deal with density, lot sizes, 0 lot lines, some of those types of issues in the fall. As council approved a housing strategy, we're intending to work on that strategy through the fall time, including extensive consultation, to come back with another set of changes or potential changes and bring that in front of council for some discussion on the council's feeling on what might be some other areas of interest for developing the community. So in relation to the land use map updates, there are only a few that have been proposed at this time. As you can see from the map in front of you, one deals with the cemetery land, which has been redistricted to allow the cemetery use. So it's changing to P1 parks. In the old town, there is a change proposed to bring the area along 48th Street. You see highlighted here, both sides of 48th Street, these 2 sections of land, to bring that to C3 districting. And again, that's an area that the town has received interest in development in the past. So we're recognizing that development potential at this time, and it's included in the version of the update you see in front of you. Notification to those landowners will be provided as part of our notification process. And the third map change is an area of South Creek, which is somewhat administrative. It's the land you see in green, light green and dark green here is being used as a stormwater management facility. And so this is just basically a catch up to properly indicate that land as either P3 or P1, depending on park or pond, to signify what it's actually being used at today. So in relation to the land use bylaw adoption process, we did go through a stakeholder engagement in January, February. We're here today to present first reading. Intention today is to answer any high-level questions the council may have. And again, if we go to public hearing and if council approves first reading and gives us direction to go to public hearing, which would be held in July, that we would receive the substantive feedback on the bylaw at the public hearing, and council would receive that and be prepared to make a decision or amendments as applicable. And then second or third reading would be also proposed for after the public hearing on July. So that basically ends my presentation at this time. And Your Worship, I do have the manager of planning with me today, who I know is well versed on the details. And together, I'm sure we can attempt to answer most questions council may have. However, just a reminder that the public hearing would be scheduled based on council's direction today.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, General Manager. So members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding regarding the presentation on the land use bylaw update? Again, this is for first reading, and then after that, it goes to a public hearing and then back to council chambers for second and third reading. Councillor Bennett, you're first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was a very interesting read, knowing what uses our land can help Stony Plain to grow and prosper. There were a few questions I had throughout it. So I've got 1, 2, well, 3 basically, Mr. Mayor, if I can cover all 3 at this time.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, throughout the land use bylaw, it talked about secondary suites and other uses. And so the further I read, the more I understood that it was secondary houses, secondary suites. It was also, you mentioned garden suites, which is something that is trending right now in many municipalities. But what I didn't see anywhere is the tiny house movement and having land use bylaw to provide for the tiny or the small living spaces. Can you comment on whether or not that is included in this and whether or not it should be contained in this bylaw?
Thank you, Councilor Bennett. Administration.
Your Worship, thank you for the question through you to Councilor Bennett. I do know that I believe that I'll pass it over to Mr. Dibble, but I do believe that we're not prescriptive in what we call a suite. And so tiny suites, secondary suites, and garden suites are all allowed depending on the situation. But I'll get Mr. Dibble to give you some of the specifics.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Through your worship to Councillor Bennett, I'd like to think that our bylaw is quite innovative. When we did this back in 2015, we actually looked at tiny homes because they were kind of brand new at the time. And the interpretation I would say our LUB has towards tiny homes in particular is that we don't really discriminate. A lot of other bylaws, you'll go through the land use bylaw and you'll see a minimum size for a house. We don't prescribe minimum sizes within our bylaw whatsoever. So really, the way I look at it is any single detached lot can have a tiny home on it if it meets the regulations under, say, the Safety Code Act and the other LUB requirements for setbacks and whatnot. We don't discriminate on that. And if you're more familiar with some little tiny villages of tiny homes, we have the R6, which is really designed and catered to like a Bearland condominium, which is one ownership style that I'm aware of that tiny homes can be in. Specifically in terms of secondary suite dwellings, I think the only real change we did to those, for at least in terms of the definition, was we actually just specified that it is not limited to, but does include things such as basement suites, garage suites, garden suites, And again, the intent there was that it always included all those. We just wanted to be a little more explicit that if someone typed in garden suite or basement suite or garage suite, they could find it, because unlike other LUBs, ours again doesn't discriminate different types directly. We just have secondary suite dwellings as a use. And then depending on where that suite is, if it's in a single detached home, if it's in a secondary building or structure on the lot, it's treated differently according to that, but we don't regulate the uses separately.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bennett, second question.
Yeah, that was a good answer, and thank you guys for making that clear. My second question then has to do with the agriculture, and I noted that community gardens is listed in there, which again I think is a very positive step forward. But what I didn't see in there, and I'm wondering if it is in maybe another one of our bylaws or maybe somewhere else. I'm really hoping that we can move towards more urban agriculture and include things like beekeeping and include things like chickens. Is that part of this, and how can we move forward on those subjects?
Thank you. Administration.
Your worship, I'll get Mr. Dibble to expand on the beekeeping and the chickens. I know this is a favorite of his.
Thank you again, Mr. McKay. Through your worship to Councillor Bennett, the land use bylaw does not regulate animals. I think that's one of the main principles, or one of the realities of land use bylaws, is they're not designed to regulate animals. So a while back, we did try to bring an urban chicken bylaw before council. It didn't pass, unfortunately, back then. So typically you're going to see either beekeeping or urban chickens or similar things, kind of urban agricultural aspects, that you would see directly through a separate bylaw not incorporated with the land use bylaw. Now, that's not to say that the land use bylaw wouldn't interact with those areas. But specifically when it comes to regulating animals, again, the land use bylaw is not intended to do so. So I hope that addresses your question in terms of why it's not here. It's just, to be honest, it's just not appropriate to be within a land use bylaw. And in terms of, I guess, how it would interact with the other agricultural areas or the uses, the indoor, sorry, I had it here in just a sec here. The rural farms, indoor farms, and then community gardens, really the attempt there was to make sure that if there is anything being done in an urban area, it would likely fall under the community gardens concept. Again, not necessarily with beekeeping and the urban chickens, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Bennett, third question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess we'll just have to keep finding ways to include those kind of urban agriculture, animal husbandry into our future. Yeah, my third question. I was really interested in the shipping containers, because in our past bylaw, I believe it was 2015, not sure. Man, it was like shipping containers are bad. Let's get rid of them. Nobody can have them. You know, they were very restricted. So I need some clarification on that comparison in this new bylaw, but also in our Mayor's Task Force on Community Resiliency, it has been brought forward that there is now a move, a trend to something called hawkers boxes. And places like Calgary have them, and they are shipping containers that that are retail, basically, kind of a pop-up kind of retail endeavor, and even some restaurants that are popping up as as a hawker's box that is in a shipping container. So any comments on those trends?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Bennett. I know Mr. Dibble spent a lot of time working on the regulations for shipping containers, so I'm sure he'll have the answer to this question.
Thank you again, Mr. McKay. Through your worship to Councillor Bennett. Yes, shipping containers are definitely one of the more well, concerning, depending on who you are in a neighborhood in terms of how they're addressed, whether it be positive or negative. So we've actually done a little review. So I just pulled up my own table here. It was the one we used administratively just to double check how the land use bylaw actually interacts with shipping containers. There's 6 different means, and it seems like a lot, but they're for good uses. So I'll just quickly run through them here just to give you an idea, and then I'll address specifically the one that you're asking about, which I haven't heard of the term before, but I can understand where you're going with it. So the first one is just for temporary construction. Again, whenever there's development going on, there's often shipping containers used for storage temporarily as part of that construction operation. So that's one way that they're currently involved. The second one is for temporary moving. So again, often you can rent a shipping container to haul your goods from one residence to another for a limited time. Those are allowed. Then there's the third one, which I think is the one that applies to what you're talking about. When a shipping container is not used for permanent non-storage uses. Now, often this is when a shipping container is converted for a new purpose, such as a backyard office, or I believe the use that you're describing, and in which case the shipping container is actually not an entity in itself, but it's really just a building form. It's like wood or steel in many regards. But again, it alters what the shipping container can do. The other 3 ones, just to run through them quickly, are permanent storage, and that's an accessory use. To usually an industrial use, but can be others. And that's been expanded a little bit into areas like the C2 and the C3. Originally, it was predominantly in the M1. The 5th one is the actual storage of shipping containers. This, I don't know if any place in Stony Plain explicitly that does this, but if as a secondary or accessory use to a principal use, you're literally just storing empty shipping containers, that's another one. And then the 6th one is actually using the shipping containers as part of an industrial use, as a principal use, if you would. So again, those are the 6 areas, and I believe the third one is the one that you're referring to, Councillor Bennett, in regards to it's really repurposing a shipping container as a building material for a business in that case, from what you explained.
Right.
Thanks.
Right. And so we could apply it to the use that I'm doing research on.
I guess my simple answer would be yes, but it really depends on if they're meeting the main implications with converting a shipping container to a different use is generally under the Safety Codes Act, which is an addition to the land use bylaw concerns. But again, for the most part, if you're using it like you would a new steel structure, that's when it would be interpreted as a different use, as opposed to just a shipping container that's storing something on a property.
Mm-hmm. Good, thank you. I do have the web page for that kind of container if you're at all interested. Actually, I just Googled hawker boxes and came up with an article just in case you're interested in some of the new trends that are happening. Thank you. That answers all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Move on to Councillor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the General Manager for his presentation. I think I heard the answer to my question during the presentation, but just for clarity, in the report, in the new bylaw, there's several references under different districts about the side setbacks. Anyhow, if the general manager could give the rationale for the decrease from the 3 meters to the 2.4 that I see in several different districts there, please.
Thank you.
Your Worship, thank you for the question. Mr. Dibble will have the data there to support the 2.4 meters.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Through your worship to Councillor Myers. This is one of those areas where through the consultation with the land development industry, it was brought to our attention that those regulations in particular did not necessarily align with other kind of comparable municipalities around the area. When we did some research, we didn't really find any reason why not to. So in kind of that red tape reduction sort of mentality, we chose to make that change just so that it was kind of in alignment with others and also provide a little more flexibility within the building pocket of each lot. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just have a follow-up to that?
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, and through you to administration. Can you comment on the uptake of when we set a minimum? Is that usually what is adhered to? Do they usually go to the minimum, and would or is there a different? Just that. How often do they take up the minimum, and how often do they give more then?
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer, fairly consistently, it's very close to, if not the minimal. It does depend on the setback and specifically what we're talking about, but I would say, especially for side yard setbacks, most builders try to maximize the buildable area on a lot, so they're quite close to, if not at the minimal.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Meyer?
No, thank you.
Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll start actually just by tagging on to Councillor Meyer's question there. And I heard that we changed from the 3 meters to the 2.4 meters just based on consistency amongst other municipalities and other policies that we compared it to. I'm just wondering if there was consultation with emergency services on how that change could potentially impact and how that potentially impacts any of the HERF requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Your Worship. I do know that we consider all the regulations. So, Mr. Dibble, can you expand on that, especially in particular the HERF?
Certainly. Thanks again, Mr. McKay. Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, we didn't directly consult with emergency services on this aspect. Again, these are generally going to be on corner lots, so there's less of a concern for HERF, given that the next building is going to be probably across the street, 18 meters at least away, especially in terms of the side yard setbacks for those. Some of the other ones that were also reduced would be influenced by HERF, but again, the two interactions between the safety code and the land use bylaw, the Safety Code Act allows for different standards and requires different materials and different safety precautions depending on that distance there. So really, from the land use bylaws perspective, the Safety Code Act actually allows for 0 lot lines and that sort of thing by default. So there's limited considerations, I guess, from that aspect. We do it more for proximity between yards, kind of more of the building pocket size under the LUB as opposed to the Safety Codes Act, which is looking more from a fire safety standpoint directly.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, so I'll just finish up on that, and then I do have one more. So just for layman's terms clarity, that reduction from 3 meters down to 2.4, if we are talking 2 houses beside each other, that's a 0.6 meter reduction on either side, so a 1.2 meter reduction in between the 2 houses. Is that what I'm understanding? Or is this referring to something without another dwelling beside it?
Your worship to Councillor Laurie, I'm just double checking the specifics now that we're getting to some of the details. And the one that I can find actually regarding the 3 from 2.4, just one sec here. Just for specifics for everyone here, it's the R4 mixed form residential. And the change was made for the front and flankage yard setbacks. And it was from 3 meters to 2.4 meters for the principal building from a flankage lot line. So very typically, this is when you have rows abutting one street and the final corner lot has a narrow street frontage and a long street frontage. So it's only along that long street frontage that we're actually having that 0.6 meter decrease. And again, what was looked at is many near neighborhoods are already at the 2.4. It was really just a proximity to give a little more space between the homes and the street, not a proximity that's going to have anything close building to building. Does that help explain?
Yep,
a little bit
perfect.
also?
Nope,
Okay.
that hits the clarity exactly. So for the question that I originally had before Councillor Meyer derailed me there a little bit, which is always good when you get something brought up like that. Referring to page 278 beyond, particularly page 279. I'm interested in, and again, I don't know if there was any change to this. I don't believe there was, but when we're looking at home occupation signs, looking in all other residential districts, because essentially that would apply to where majority of our home occupations would be permitted. I see that the max area on a home occupation sign is 0.3 meters squared, which is incredibly small. It's approximately 18 inches by 18 inches. Yet on the same lot, we're allowed to have a real estate sign, even though there's a maximum of one of them, up to a full meter squared. And we're allowed to now have an election sign up to 1.5 meters squared. You can also park a fully deckled vehicle in the driveway as long as it is licensed and registered. So I'm just curious, where we got the determination for a max area of 0.3 meters. And then again, I don't see anything in here as in with there is real estate where it provides a maximum of one sign. I don't see anything in here of a maximum of number of signs they can have for home occupation. So would they be allowed a multitude of 0.3 meter squared signs to adorn their property?
Okay, good question.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Laurie. Mr. Dibble will, I hope he has the background on this. Otherwise, if there's any sort of, we may have to bring back some information to the public hearing if necessary.
So again, thank you, Mr. McKay, and through your worship to Councillor Laurie. The intention of a home occupation sign is really like the whole concept of a home occupation, where it's supposed to fit with the residential character. It's not really supposed to impact or present the commercial side of the business into the community. So why you see such a small copy area there, or the area of the sign that is allowed there, it's because the intention there is for the home occupation not to dominate or provide any real, someone's coming to deliver something for the home occupation, you should be able to know. So there should be a little sign there to indicate it. But that's really the purpose that it is trying to occupy there. In terms of the more than one sign, there are some general regulations. I'm not too specific on the details. It's not one of the areas that we actually went into and changed or really updated or made recommendations to. But my recollection is that there's something to do with you can have kind of one of each type of sign, and if there are some limitations, it's usually between them and distances amongst them. So there still may be limitations in terms of how many of those you can have, given some of the general sign regulations that limit the distance between them. But I'd have to do more research to be able to give a more detailed answer.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, so thank you for that answer, Mr. Dibble. And actually, I'd appreciate if we had some more information come back on this for the public hearing. For the sole reason of, we allow home occupation, and I do think that we do have a certain level of responsibility to provide them with what I would call fair and adequate opportunity to present that business. Well, again, taking in respect the fact that this isn't a residential area. I think if we are allowing 1 meter squared for a real estate sign or 1.5 meters squared for an election sign, I think that's pretty unfair to limit them to 0.3 meters for a home occupation sign. I would argue that 0.3 meters isn't even large enough if it were placed on, say, the front window of some homes to even potentially read that from the street and see a phone number or a name or anything like that. So I hope to see some more information come back on that. You can park a fully vinyl wrapped vehicle in your driveway that advertises a business, whether that business is a home occupation or not. You can park that same vehicle on the street anywhere you want, etc., in those residential areas. But I think this is very limited for home occupations. I think Stony Plain has a very unique and very diverse home occupation base, and I'd like to see us give them maybe a little bit more leeway. The same while you're looking at that, maybe you could look at the sandwich board allowances for residential home occupations. Just the last comment, Your Worship. I'm just wondering where administration got the information or the desire to see an increase in the size for an election sign from 1 meter squared to 1.5 meters squared. During the last election, I actually heard from many residents that they dislike the election signs in our community. They would like to see less of them, and they would like to see smaller signs. So I'm just curious as to where the desire to increase that size to 1.5 meters came from, and what information we have to back that up.
Okay, thank you. Can Mr. comment now?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie. I do know that we had a certain size election sign that required a permit, and at the last election there was a number of instances where proponents had to cut their signs to fit within the regulation and not require a permit. So I believe the intention here was to basically become in line with what's happening out in the community. Mr. Dibble, do you have any further information you want to supplement?
Thank you, Mr. Riquet. Through your worship to Mr. Laurie, I will only supplement by saying that's pretty much it, and that the specifics are that I think it was so we currently have 1 square meter. The implication was that they were being done at a kind of a Edmonton area standard by a sign company in Edmonton area, my understanding is, and it was a 1.2 meter, I think is what they were at, which is fairly standard. We did do a review of other municipalities and their land use bylaw and how they regulate signs. We found it fluctuated between about 1.2, 1.5. So again, trying to take that red tape reduction kind of mentality, we chose a slightly larger one just so that we weren't implicating what really ends up being a month or two of signage. We wanted to make sure that we kept the regulations that we had installed in 2015 on the matter, but that we were a little more liberal on the sizes there just to enable any of those implications to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie? No,
thank you for the explanation on that. I think sometimes if you give an inch, they'll take a mile. So if the size is now 1.5 meters squared, maybe they'll have to cut them down from 1.8 meters on the next one. I don't necessarily know that that will make a difference in that. I can appreciate some of the reasoning and logic, but just based on the public feedback, I'm not necessarily sure that that's something that'll be appreciated by the general public.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. I'll move on to Councillor Matties, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a couple of comments with regards to some of the things that I had heard tonight. I used to, with regards to Councillor Bennett talking about urban beekeeping, and I used to feel I was quite supportive of that. But then recently I watched on a business news about this individual that was now making non-bee honey because the fact that the urban bees are very poor pollinators and have a negative impact on biodiversity. And so I would certainly like to have research on that subject before we'd ever consider allowing it based on this new information that I didn't understand before. Secondly, with regards to home signs, when I had a home business, it was in Edson, and they were small as can be too, and there was no changing it, and I'm not sure why.
it was, but definitely it was a small sign, and maybe just to not be so, I guess, to be more part of blending into a community. I'm not sure, but that's what happened. And then with regards to the signs for the election, I'm hoping that we have less signs, and I'm hoping we have smaller signs, because it is an environmental landfill issue at the end of the day. And I think we got to be thinking first about environment. We have to be thinking first about people, and then we think about, the other things that we need. So I'm hoping that we're considering those types of things as we're putting things in our bylaws. And finally, just to my question, I'm not sure that I understand what a redevelopment levy is, and if you could help me with that. And then I have one minor question after that.
Okay, thank you. Administration?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Matties. I mean, the MGA does allow municipalities to propose redevelopment levies. Mr. Dibble, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. McKay, through your worship to Councillor Matties. So generally speaking, the umbrella term development charges covers all types of offsite levies, redevelopment levies, general cost recoveries, oversizing charges, the whole gambit of different types of development related charges that we can require a developer to pay as part of their development, whether it be subdivision or development permit level. So I think if I'm understanding here, there are certain portions of the I think it's part 1 that do talk about development charges, and they reference that. For Stony Plain, we don't have a redevelopment levy explicitly stated. Again, this is something that would generally come under an area redevelopment plan. There's some other alternative forms of that too, but the Old Town Community Plan doesn't have that explicitly. So right now it's just kind of there, I'd say, as a placeholder in case we do in the future.
Okay, great, because I didn't recall it before. And then my next question is with regards to the CAO is the Development Authority. And it says on page 311 that the Development Authority may vary any regulation of this bylaw and issue a development permit. And I'm just wondering, like, does that happen very often? And what is the extremes as to what can be changed here? It just seems to be quite broad.
Okay, so what I'm guessing the question is, what's the variance that can be approved by the Development Authority?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Matties. Mr. Dibble, can you provide some more background on how this works here in the town?
Thank you again, Mr. McKay. Through your worship, Councillor Matties. Variance is, there's a wide range of thoughts on variance abilities. I'll start by just saying the town manager, the CAO, is delegated the Development Authority power and has the ability to delegate that to others. And then through that ability to issue development permits as per the LUB, variance abilities exist. I'm just double checking the section. I know that we do have, I'm going to say, some criteria, which is actually one of the areas that we've added explicitly to kind of give a framework, I guess, for what would be considered reasonable for a variance. So the Development Authority must issue development permits and such. Variances must consider things such as statutory plans in what's deemed reasonable. I think on a broad principle level, the expectation is that our development officers are trained and experts in what they're doing. They know their community, they work in the community, and consequently, they're given that discretion to be able to understand what a reasonable variance would. I know that when a development officer does grant a variance, there's a lot of internal discussion that does circulate or take place in my department in particular, but even outside my department, for what is deemed reasonable on that. So I would say it's not very often, and often there's almost kind of a precedent setting. So often some of the changes you will see that maybe we're recommending right now, we might be recommending them because in the last decade or 5 years, we've seen and we've issued variances. They've maybe even been appealed and were deemed reasonable by the appeal board. So again, it's kind of the gray area, the flex, if you would, within the bylaw, that it enables flexibility depending on the circumstances, and it's up to the discretion of a development officer to be able to judge that reasonableness based on some criteria that's outlined within the LUV. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does in a long way. I guess, you know, in terms of I was just trying to get an idea of you know, when and some of the criteria around it, but that's okay. So it's just not used hardly at all. It's just some leeway. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would say in general. I'm trying to actually find the specifics because I know it was something that we worked quite hard on, just to add a little bit of information and context there.
Great. If you can find that, and I'll just kind of add to Councillor Maddie's question, and I think she raises a good point in terms of if council does approve, you know, this new land use bylaw after the first reading, second reading, and then going through the public hearing and all that stuff, you know, that needs to be actually pretty much kind of set in stone for us. For example, if council approves this, and you know, we might be okay with, as you mentioned, that the development authority or the staff have an understanding of what's reasonable in the community, but council also passed the bylaw. So if council's bylaw is this and staff go, you know what, we don't like the bylaw, we can change it. We're gonna allow a 50% variance or a 100% variance on something versus maybe a 10% variance. Right? Personally, if I pass this bylaw and I know that there's no limit to what variances staff or the development authority can approve, well then this is not a bylaw at all. Right? But if there's a limitation, like for example, if we set let's just take something. Let's say if the whole lot coverage is say 30%. I don't know what it is. We'll just use 30%, and the development authority can approve 33%, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I can talk to residents about that. I can actually explain why that is possible and understand, you know, some shifting in designs. But if the development authority can say, you know what, it says 30% in the bylaw, but we're going to give you 60%. Well, I have a problem with that because then that means our bylaw is useless. And I think that's where Councilor Maddie is coming from, is like, what is the variances and how do we make sure that it's not abused?
Thank you, Mayor.
Your worship, through you to all the council. It is a good question. What I would ask is let us come back at the public hearing with some you know, a more thoughtful way to answer that. And you know, Mr. Dibble can talk to our development people and our development officers who are in the field working on this daily, and we'll consider and come back with some more words to help explain what the variance means and how it's used.
Thank you. Are you okay with that, Councilor Mattis?
I am. Thank you. I just would like to understand the criteria.
Yes, good. And I appreciate that too, because I want to understand as well too, because it does, you know, if it leaves it open, then as I mentioned, that doesn't really give us any bylaw with any teeth at all.
Thank you.
Any other questions and comments for just first reading from what we kind of gleaned? I know it was a big package and there's lots to go through, and hopefully that we got a lot of the initial questions out of the way and allow administration to do the public hearing and the advertising. Right, seeing no more messages coming in for speaking order, so I'm going to ask, where are we here? Ding, ding, here we are. Okay, Councilor Plechko, go ahead and make a motion for first reading.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2642/LU0/21 and authorize administration to proceed with a public hearing in accordance with the Municipal Government Act on July 12th, 2021 for bylaw 2642/LUO/21.
Yeah, thank you very much, members of council. I think we've asked enough questions of clarity. We don't need to debate going for first reading, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to business items. We do not have any tonight, so moving on to number 10, which is council information and council discussion. So this is the time that anything that council wants to be updated on. Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship, but I think this evening I will take a pass.
Excellent, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Nothing this evening, sir.
Councillor Fletchko.
Nothing this evening, sir.
Thank you. It looks like we have a trend going, so hopefully it continues with Councillor Bennett.
I'll grant your wish, Mr. Mayor. Really nothing from me tonight.
Okay. Councillor Matties.
Oh, I just have to say that I was, as a member of the FCSS board, I attended the Tamarack Poverty Reduction Summit on May 5th and 6th virtually. There was a record 1,000 people that attended this virtual platform. And the mayor of Calgary, Mayor Nenshi, spoke, and you know, he made some absolutely brilliant comments, and I would just like to share them with you. He said, "We've become a society where we are willfully blind to the real life situation of many people and how we need to have a just system for all." He told us with COVID, he said, "I'm better off financially because I'm not spending." He said, "But we're all in the same storm, but not in the same boat." He told us that my neighbor's strength is my strength and my neighbor's struggle is my struggle, and that there ought to be enough for everyone to have a decent life. And he told about a Calgary initiative to end poverty. He said, "We're laser focused on affordable housing because everyone needs a place to call home." And his suggestion in Calgary was to take overbuilt hotels and with a modest investment to expand housing. He said they have implemented also a sliding scale bus pass where a low income rider will pay $5 for a bus pass. And on their LRT system, it's on an honor system and there's no checks anymore. He said to end poverty in our communities, we need to include persons with lived experience. He called them the real experts. And we must obtain, organize, store, and make accessible pertinent data to provide for needs of each individual and situation. And then he talked about, then it was the next part of it was a panel on ending working poverty that I just want to share with you. He said that 42%, pardon?
It was just feedback, I think.
Oh, okay. That 42% of Canadians experiencing poverty are working poor. And they've recommended, of course, a minimum wage and encouraged a living wage and provided access to sick days and provide access to sick days. They spoke about the role for municipalities, and I just want to share that, and then I'm finished. That we implement a living wage policy. We advocate for income security programs to not work against each other. And we really do need to advocate on the social side of things, because what happens is a lot of these income programs, getting income from one will reduce income from the other. Free transit for children under 12 years of age. Build back differently. So looking at the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women of color, Indigenous and marginalized persons, that we need to identify new economic jobs and provide opportunities to retrain, ensure equity, good jobs with benefits. And he said also use the municipalities' purchasing power and procurement process to really promote decent work and good jobs with benefits in the industries. And finally, Built for Zero Canada is a model for ending homelessness. And he said, you can't solve a problem if you don't know what it is. And we need to be data informed, continuous improvement, and advocate as a municipality for what's called YIMBY, which is yes, affordable housing in my backyard. So I just wanted to share that with everybody and remind everybody that we need to be the champions of this work and to collaborate with developers and address any barriers associated with affordable housing. So that's all I have tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. And there is a Northern Region Municipal Tools Support for affordable housing that's again presented here pretty soon. I'm not too sure if members of council had signed up or not, but it is just kind of presenting what the federal government sent out, and it's presented by the CMHC on how to do initiatives, research successful affordable housing projects. So that'll be a good kind of workshop for us to kind of look at.
When will we be able to do that, Mayor Choi?
I don't know when that workshop is. Just let me. It was somewhere. I signed up for it, but I'll send it to you later.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have that information, Mr. Mayor, if you want it.
Thank you.
I believe it's this Friday.
Oh, is it? Okay. Thank you. And we'll just kind of follow up with an email just to confirm who's there, and maybe if Councilor Matties would like to attend, that's fine.
Great, thank
Sorry,
you.
Sorry, it is on Thursday. It is brought, I have it through AUMA.
Yes.
So probably AUMA would be your best bet to registering for that.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Bennett, Councilor Matties. Moving to Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, just a quick word on the Northern Region Municipal Tools to Support Affordable Housing. I actually had sent that. It was through AUMA, and I had sent it to our executive assistant who distributed it to council. So we had that, so she was able to register us all for it. I just wanted to touch base. I actually had a great conversation with a couple of people that are with the Spruce Grove Disc Golf Association. And it's something that I've been looking into, as it's a fantastic recreation opportunity with a very low capital investment. It's free recreation, and it can also provide opportunities for tourism and great highlights of the community. And I was very pleased to hear that they are actually in discussions with the town of Stony Plain to potentially bring a disc golf amenity to the town of Stony Plain, and looking at a couple of potential options for that. So I'm just wondering if administration can share any information that they have on that with us this evening, potentially a follow-up in email. And I'm just wondering if this is going to be something that's going to be come forward to council relatively shortly, or if this is something that's going to be long-term. I think given the situation that we're in, people are always looking for a great opportunity to get out and enjoy the outdoors, especially if it does not have a price tag attached to it. So very interested to hear where we're at with that.
Okay. Thank you. Ministers, have anything to follow up on that? I think that's a good conversation to have. I guess council doesn't have the choice to say yes or no to these things. This is administrative work. Do we expect any kind of an update during a quarterly report?
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll maybe just ask our General Manager of Community and Correctional Services if he can provide any comment at this point.
Your Worship, through to members of council, certainly we've been in contact with two individuals from the Spruce Grove Disc Association or Disc Golf Association, and they are inquiring as to whether or not there are some achievable sites in Stony Plain that they can expand the sport into Stony Plain. And so at this point, we're still in that exploratory stage. There's some good momentum there, and definitely a few more things to finalize before we would release anything publicly. But certainly there's some good momentum and good potential for something to potentially happen in Stony Plain by 2022, 2023, depending on location.
Great, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
No, thank you, Your Worship. I look forward to further information and update on that. And I know the Stony Plain Golf Course has done a couple of different ventures. I believe they had foot golf at one point in time, and that there's an area there. And so, you know, given the very low capital expense on this, I certainly hope it's something that we can see come forward, even if it starts as just maybe a smaller or even temporary amenity as we look to finalize plans for a more permanent and, you know, larger, whether it be 9 holes or 18 holes amenity through the different areas of town. So again, kudos to administration for working towards those opportunities for our residents to get out and enjoy our community, as well as an amenity that will potentially invite others into our community to get a great experience here. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just wanted to make one comment. Many Albertans say that there is only 2 seasons in Alberta, winter and construction. And we're going to be into construction season here in the next week or so. So please, again, make sure you take the opportunity to leave early, especially if there's construction on your route. And as well, if you want to follow the Town of Stony Plains email updates, there is a construction update that comes out once a week to make sure that our residents are fully informed of what's happening within Town of Stony Plain and the construction projects that are there. So please check our website to make sure that you sign up so you're up to date with all the information that's happening in Town of Stony Plain. Okay, with that, that's done. Moving on to number 12 is a closed session. Again, this is a session that goes into camera. We're getting some advice from administrative staff. Again, this is a closed session, so no public is allowed. There is no decisions made in the camera session. The only motion that's made is the motion to come out. Members of the public, there is an email address that is on the screen right now. If you would like to be notified when council comes out of closed session, please send an email to that address and you'll be notified as soon as council is ready to come out of closed session. With that, I need a motion to go into closed session. Go ahead, Councillor Matthews.
The town council moved into closed session to discuss per FOIP section 24.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll take a 10-minute recess so we can have the proper personnel in, and then we'll be back at 8:40 to go into closed session. Okay. Thank you and welcome back to the meeting. The motion in closed session was made by Councilor Meyer to come out of closed session, and that was carried unanimously 7-0. Administrative staff, we posted a email address. Has any member of the public or the media submitted a request to be notified?
Your worship, nobody's provided their email address.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we can move to number 13, which is adjournment. So thank you very much, administrative staff, for putting a package together. 464 pages, as Councillor Bennett said, and I was teasing her that if you take out all the filler pages, it's probably only 450, so it wasn't quite 464. So with that, thank you very much, administration, for providing that package together, and members of council for reading and bringing your good questions and comments and debate to the council chambers. With that, have a good evening. Take care.
Everyone have a good evening.
Good night, all.
Good night.